Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 413. What the fucking early wormhole. My chat going here. Hopefully you guys had a great Sunday. The ball guys babbling in the background. Cheers, Chase Dyson. Little Merc playing in the background. Little time. Good tune by him. Jack Green Stock. There you are, my friend. Mr. Scotto. How you doing? So there we go. Putting on a shirt, Jack says. Hell yeah. I roll up a little bit of Tiger King. Pretty good stuff. Folk times folk. Mr. Jeff, how you doing? You guys have a good weekend. What are you smoking on? Comfortably numb. How you doing? I had a pretty good Sunday too, my friend. I had a good Sunday myself. Excuse me. Kate and Seed Gardens, cheers. Welcome to the show. Oh, man, rolling up a video. This is Tiger. Tiger. Didn't get a chance to cool down the room today. It's going to be a little bit more work than I anticipated. But next Monday, it's going to be 51 at night. So what do? Tough it out or you change? Wait up. That's always good. There's Mr. Jack. Check my earpiece. Check it. Go. You kill the music. What's up, Jack?
Not much. How you doing?
I got like 3 things playing in the background here.
Does that pine come through in the cure on the Tiger King?
Yeah, it does. But it changes a little heavier to the berry side. Almost a dragon fruit. Almost to the dragon fruit. Not quite. Mixing up me a little vinegar cocktail. Right? Little turmeric and honey. Apple cider vinegar. Yum.
I swear, like the Mandela effect. I think that happened with the word turmeric and turmeric. My whole life, they called it turmeric. And then all of a sudden, people started calling it turmeric. And I Google it, and there's a fucking R. It's like, when was there an R in turmeric before? But now everyone says turmeric. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't keep up.
I'm
with
new to it, so yeah.
I got some.
It's not one of my favorites, I can tell you that. Not one of my go-tos, but it's really good for you, I hear. So we'll give it an egg.
I sneak it in and other stuff like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
No,
Velvet Punch tonight?
Yeah, I've got some F2 Velvet Punch. It was all seeded up, but it's super floral a little bit. A few weeks into the cure. Definitely got some grapey undertones and some fuel, but it's a lot more floral. I'm digging on it. It's definitely purple bud, which I know people have mixed feelings about, but I fucking enjoy it. It's got good flavor. And I don't think it's like the strongest bud in the whole world, but I don't think it's lacking punch by any means. I'd say it's like an 8 or 9 out of 10 on the potency. But
Oh, it's good.
Definitely not a 10.
It's good, brother. I thought it was good. I'd give it a solid 7, anyway. 7, 8. Good shit. Great show tonight, by the way. You and the panel put on a hell of a show tonight.
Those guys are like family at this point. Haven't done it 2 years every Sunday. It's like it is like meeting up with family at this point in an almost better way in some cases. I know not everyone has great relationships with their family. I thankfully have a very good connection with my family. And my mother, my birth mom, watched the show tonight. Mama Greenstock and my brother watched Growing with My
That's
Fellow
pretty
Growers.
fucking awesome, brother. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, my brother's getting into growing. And so he's like, hey, man, I know you've been doing the show for a while. And he tuned in and he was having like Sunday dinner or something with my mom. They're both living near each other. I'm not going to disclose where exactly, but I think most people know. But yeah, things aren't exactly where they're supposed to be in the state that he's in quite yet. But thankfully for the Fourth Amendment and having a family member who knew how to set him up a stealth little operation that will be able to more than supply him. He was doing like 3-hour trips, basically an hour and a half downstate to pick up, and then an hour and a half back up. And like he has a baby on the way. Actually, the baby is in China, about to come over, and finally being allowed to. But his fiance, who's going to get married to later this year, had the kid and got stuck over there, and is now finally. It's going to be the first time he's seen his daughter. So I'm excited for him, but thankfully he's not going to have to go driving all around trying to pick up his medicine, you know? So he'll be able to grow his own, and he got it all stealthed out. So no one will hear it or smell it or see it or anything. So I'm happy for him getting into it.
I'm happy for him as well, man. Anybody that gets growing, I'm pretty happy for. But man, it's hard, it's hard to comprehend, those states of, I guess it's, spoiled already. You know what I mean? About having to make that kind of sacrifice to go get some medicine, man. Kind of sucks. or the mistakes. I'm sure there's a lot of risk involved there.
There's a silver lining though, and that is his younger brother did some Googling, and the county he lives in does not prosecute any small scale cannabis crimes right now because the hemp farm bill in 2018 was passed and they don't have sophisticated enough equipment to test the difference between cannabis and hemp, whether it's 0.3 THC or 30% THC. They can't tell. It'll just say yes or no THC. So, and they realize cannabis in their area isn't as big of a problem as like opioids, like methamphetamine and other issues. So they are not spending any time or resources, funds, police energy on going after cannabis on the small scale. Like if you see busts, it's like there's cocaine or there's like illegal guns and other things involved, but it's never just cannabis in his area. So he's thankfully in the clear on that. And like I said, other things, he will never have to worry about it because no smell, no smell, no tell, and no sell. He's not putting it out there. It's just for himself. So it's a very small operation.
Oh, man. That shit is not good. I just want to say that on the air. That fucking, ugh. I used to maybe indulge on a little pickle juice when I was a kid at one point, but shit, that is not good. That's like pickle juice, ginger, shit. That's not good. I'm all about health, and I don't like to waste, and I will put that fucking glass down. That bottle's gonna be a tough sell. That whole bottle's gonna be a tough sell.
You know what you got to do is pour it into little shot glasses and then just take it one shot at a time. Or like I say that because we have these things in San Diego. There's a company called Suja, and there's a bunch of different companies all around who do this, but they make these little like health shots. They come in a little plastic bottle or whatever. And there's like, I'll go grab one out of the fridge, fuck it. But they have like turmeric, and they'll say things like, uh, this one's an immunity boost, or this is also immunity
I
boost.
think we're drinking the same stuff.
So
Close stuff. Oh man, I have had one of those. Woo!
they're intense, man.
Fuck my stomach, man. One of them set my stomach on fire. Oof.
Oh yeah,
I've had one of
this is turmeric with probiotic. So you got to be careful with some of those probiotics, because like kombucha,
I
certain
believe that's
strains,
the one I tried, brother.
I believe it. This shit's active as fuck. Like when you drink it, it literally, you feel it in your body, like moving.
Oh
It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, you can right through your gut, man. Sometimes, man. The first time I actually tried like a raw kombucha was that's what it felt like, man. I felt like I got like a food poisoning or some shit, man. It fucking felt, I could just feel it going through, man. I'm like, oh, this is not gonna be good, but it ended up being good.
Yeah, no, I think
It was painful. It was actually painful. It must have been like super fucked up. My gut must have been like super fucked up or some shit. But yeah, not good.
it's like when you pour hydrogen peroxide on like a cut or something, and it starts like bubbling, or like a mold or something, and it starts to like fizzle it away. I feel like that's what the kombucha is doing to like the walls and lining of your gut, like all that nasty shit that we've probably eaten all over the years. We probably shouldn't have. That kombucha is trying to go in there and clean you out a little bit. So I think sometimes it's necessary, but not necessarily the most pleasant feeling at times. It does taste pleasant going down if you get the right one. Shit, there's a lot of real good tasting kombucha.
Especially now I got the taste for it. It's pretty good. Most of it's good. There's a few bad ones. Most of it.
I think it's kind of like beer. I think everybody's got one that they would like if they drank enough of them. I've got this Health Aid pomegranate one that I've been going back and forth to. We get them on super discount from Imperfect Foods, whatever one. I hate paying full price for this shit. It's pretty expensive. So if I can get them for
how imperfect is food? I was learning that the other day.
90% of it is just small or excess. Like 10% of it will have like a wonky shape or like color, but you cut into it and it's fine. They all taste good. I haven't had anything that was inedible, and I've actually had some unique stuff that I never would have tried. So I can't think of the name. There's this type of broccoli that has like the Fibonacci spiral where it looks trippy, man.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the chat might know what I'm talking about. It's got purple, like
isn't it? Is it purple?
No, it's green. It's green. It's got a weird Italian name, I think, or at least it sounds Italian. Fuck, can't think of what it's called. Romanesco. Romanesco. If you Google Romanesco, you'll be like, what in the fuck? It is like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it almost looks like a cannabis bud. There's like a bunch of like little like calyxes, like clusters that like come up off of it. It's a really interesting vegetable, and it actually tastes pretty good. I liked it.
Seemed like I was pretty open to try just about anything but like vegetables growing up, and now like it's my thing. I like fucking trying all kinds of that shit.
I know it's not as good for you as vegetables, but going to farmers markets. I'm from Ohio. We had good corn. I ate a lot of good mashed potatoes and gravy and steak, all that good stuff. But we didn't have a ton of like variety of fruit. There was some good fruit here and there. When I came out to California, I went to farmers markets and had some of the fucking fruit out here. It literally blew me the fuck away. Like I had an aprium, which is like an apricot crossed to a plum, and that shit was one of my favorite I've ever had. They also have pluout, which is like a plum crossed to an apricot, like the opposite direction, I guess. But yeah, it was really eye-opening coming out to San Diego and getting to try in LA too. Some of the farmers markets, just unbelievable quality of produce, and the price is actually extremely affordable when you go to the farmers market relative to like a Whole Foods or some of these other shops for the same quality or even better.
I mean, I may be adventuring outdoors tonight. Just fucking get out of this fucking heat, man. I think it's 87 and 50 right now in here.
That's hot as fuck.
Yeah, that's warm. It was warmer last night. It was warmer last night. It was like 91 in here with a 50% humidity. That's why I was like fucking dripping, man. I was saying today to Alexis, I'm like, I think I lost like 3 fucking pounds just sitting there fucking last night. Just, and I was chugging water. I had a fucking gallon of water right here, and it was just coming out just as fast as I could fucking drink it.
I have got a 40 ounce that I keep with me that I refill this a few times a day and try and stay hydrated, but it's tough sometimes when it's that hot. You need more than water.
Like
actually.
I said,
That's
it ain't
the secret.
normally like this. You know what I mean? Not up here as far as this, again, the setup like I get into is a little different from prior years. But like also, like I said, I was looking at the weather and fucking next Monday, it's gonna be 51. 51 nighttime temperatures all week long, 51, 56. That's quite cool.
Ohio's like that too.
To pull in outdoors, you know what I mean? That's fucking air conditioner, basically.
That's colder than a lot of ACs will go. At least cheap ones. A lot of them only go into the low 60s.
Well, I don't believe they're putting out that, colder air. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm eating some of the white Velvet Punch F3s whenever I shuck seeds. I've got my little top ones that I try and go through and pull out any that I'm like, if I'd be bummed to get this, I'll just eat it because I don't want somebody to get it and be like, man, this is white. Like, even if it sprouts, even if it grows perfectly fine. So I eat like 80 to 90% of the white ones, but then I germinate test just for fun, like the 10% that I don't eat. And guess what? Like 75 or 80% of them end up growing. In some cases, 100%. It's just the tiger striping gets rubbed off when like I'm deshucking the seed from the bud. So I do it by hand and just crush them up and kind of sift them with a paper towel, pouring it from one to the next, and all the basically shake or flour is left behind. You can see it. I just dump it onto the rolling tray, smoke it. My wife's like, "How the fuck did you figure that out?" Because I was trying to actually blow off the chaff, we'll call it, or like the shake. Oh shit, Bingus is here. Welcome, Bingus.
What's up, Jack? Brother,
not too much.
Cheers, Bingus. What's up, man?
Another day.
Always a pleasure, Bingus.
Just so I drop
How do you separate your seeds, Bingus? Because I was just telling Eagle a little bit of, I kind of found it's not like super. I don't have like a seed separator or anything, but I have a little technique.
by hand. I mean, I'm not a big. I mean, I make limited seed runs. Generally, they're branches. I have one right now that I have a full plant. So, and I have a couple of full plants that are in bags that I haven't gotten around to hand doing. But I'm not a big. I don't sell a bunch of seeds or anything. I do make them available at times when I think they're worthy of being planted. But what do you do, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you what I started off trying to do. So, because my wife is like, "How did you figure this out?" And I have this little card here that I had the bud and seeds broken up together on the rolling tray, right? But you have to separate them because obviously you don't want to store the seeds with the flour material. It'll basically lead to mold and too much moisture in there, whatever. So I'd seen people in the past have like a paper plate that they'd put it on an angle, and then they'd have a fan over here, and the fan would just blow, and then it would blow basically the trim and leaf material off, and the seeds are heavy and they just kind of drop through. So I kind of tried to emulate that, blow on this little card, and it worked kind of miserably. Like a little bit of the, trim flew off onto my rolling tray as intended, but a lot of it was getting on my table and it was messy or whatever. But I realized when I dumped this back onto the rolling tray, a lot of the plant material caught on this piece of cardboard. And I was like, you know what? I've got some paper towel right here, which is a little bit longer, and it is a little bit, the plant material is sticky. The seeds are not very sticky. They're dry. So what I do basically is I take a little sheet of paper towel like this, fold it in half, hot dog style, and I drop the plant material and seeds in there, kind of squeeze it. And then I have another version of that sitting on my lap, and I pour one into the other, and basically just do that over and over and over. And every single time you're left with a paper towel covered in plant material that you bring over to your rolling tray, tap, 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 it drops right off. And then you take the other stuff and pour it onto the clean paper towel. You repeat it probably 10, maybe 15 times, and you're left with clean seeds and a rolling tray full of ground up bud that you can grind up a little bit more.
I like that.
Without seeds.
That's actually, I'm going to try that. In the old days, all the weed we got had seed in it, right? So we would take a shoebox, put the weed in there, and sift out the seeds. But now I can see a shoebox with the top part of it as a paper towel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as it, see that? I'm going to take the old with the Jack New.
There you go.
Give it a try. You're inspiring me, because I have a bunch. I have 2 bags right now I need to do, but I just haven't gotten around to it. It's not the most fun thing to do.
Oh, it's the worst thing. Smiley's like, so Jack, you just like break up like a few buds, like when you need to pack up like a 10-pack or something. And in reality, no, like I usually do more of it at one time. I've just got a few ounces of it because this material, the Velvet Punch, even when I run it for seed, it's so resin coated that you can dry sift a lot of it and get really good, like 150 micron, clean that up and it makes melty hash. Or like in this case, some of the buds I'll just leave untouched, basically like not even trim them, just dry them, break it down, separate it, and then smoke the remnants. And I mean, a lot of people like you guys smoked buds that were seeded for a while. It typically wasn't like great or intentional. It was just what was available. But in this case, like it's genetics that I enjoy, and it's got good flavor for sure, and it's getting me where I need to be.
I do. You're right on target. I want to take a moment and say hi to the chat room. Hello, everybody out there in chat land. Thanks for being here. Nice to see Eagle go a little early, so I didn't have to take a nap today to actually be here. And how you doing, Brother Eagle?
Good, good. I thought I'd go early for a change instead of going late, kind of mix it up a little bit. I think that, I do miss a few people during going late with some of the wormholes. I thought, what the heck, we'll mix it up a little bit, go early, and see where it goes from there. So glad you were able to pop on.
I was surprised. I actually went to go look at something on YouTube, and you came up in my feed immediately, and I went right on. So I went and put on a clean shirt, kind of washed up a little bit. I was trimming, and dude, I don't know. Jack, when you trim, I seem to get shit everywhere. I mean, I try not to. I mean, I really try to make a concentrated effort, and then I stand up and I got trim on my shoulders. How the fuck does that even happen? I'm just like, it's crazy.
I outsourced my trim work to Lady Greenstock.
Is she for hire? Oh, sorry.
She is actually a former professional trimmer. That used to be her job for a little while, so she can pound out a few pounds a day, no problem. And so for my operation being as small as it is, she'll knock the crop out in a night. Some nights it'll be like, oh, I'll start it tonight and finish it tomorrow morning, but it's never longer than that. And she does a better job than I do, and she does it faster. So I just don't get in her way anymore. I used to try and trim like what I called half of it, but it ended up being like a quarter of it. And she did 75% because she was so much faster and better. And then she'd go retrim what I trimmed, because I was basically just like, I have arthritis in both hands. I've broken all my fingers. I try. I'm okay. I can get it decent, but it'll still have little leaves off of it here and there.
That's
Kind of look like a present to unwrap.
That's called marrying up, Jack. Just saying that.
That's true. Hey, she brings home free product from work all the time, which I'm not going to complain about.
You really married up.
Yeah, she's badass, man. I mean, I put her on the cover of my book for a reason.
Right on.
She's if anybody saw the wedding photos, you'll see a beautiful lady, more than just a hand model, and great cannabis photographer.
I did see the photos. I was just checking those out the other day. She recently posted them. I was like, no shit. Look at Jack. Look at Jack.
Broke out the non-traditional. We were in blue. Everyone else was in white. So kind of we popped a little bit there. And we're not traditional in many senses. It wasn't like a church wedding. We did it on the beach at a house that we rented. And it was just a beautiful event. We basically had all weekend party and had a little wedding in the middle of it. So it was a great time.
Awesome.
Always good to see family too, you know, people we haven't seen in a long time. Everybody comes out, gets together.
Right on. Right on. I'm sure I'm divorced much longer than you've been married.
That is probably absolutely the case.
Hang in there, man. If you can do it, it's a great one. I mean, it takes a good friendship, that's for sure. So it sounds like you got it under wraps, brother.
Did you and your wife smoke?
No.
I think that's where it goes wrong for a lot of people. Lady Greenstock actually was married for a short time to a guy who didn't smoke. He was unfaithful and she left his ass, rightfully. And best decision for myself that he ever made, because put her back on the market and made her available for myself. And this was years later, but our paths crossed at the right time. And I definitely think we have a friendship that's like really like as strong as the romantic end of the relationship. We build each other up and support each other, and we've both seen each other at like really tough times. And like she's made more money than me at points in our relationship. I've made more money than her at points in our relationship, and it's never been about that. We've both just been like, as long as we've got enough to survive and pay our bills and, you know, take care of the things that we want and be able to mitigate, live a happy life. That's what matters, you know. So
I think you touched on a lot of things, that the glue that keeps it together. Cannabis, yeah, if you share that, that's, I'd say 80% of it, at least it would be for me. Hang on a second. Let's roll a joint first before we get into this. You know what I mean?
it's our daily sacrament for sure. I mean, she's got a big ass bong, even bigger bong than myself. I'll pull it out. It's right here. She can smoke most people I've met under the table. So here's mine. Here's hers.
She's got my bong. That's the same bong I got.
Yeah, dude. I just saw this thing. I'm definitely gonna check it out. I think it's called a Boro Buddy. I just saved the post on Instagram, but it's like a magnet that has like a little scrubber on it, and you drop it into your bong, and you basically just like rub it up and down, and it scrapes some of the hard built resin and like biofilm out of there, so you can clean it basically more quickly without having to go through the whole alcohol and salt process, which I do fairly often. But I think with that, you'd have to do it maybe less often. Just change out the water.
What a great idea. Because that little area, that neck, right, where those dimples are, hard to get clean.
Yep.
So
for me, it's like right underneath the very base of the bong. I'm rubbing alcohol and salt. There's even some salt you can see in there. That's pink Himalayan salt. But the rest of the bong is squeaky clean. It's just the vaporizer gets dirty over here.
Yeah. So. Yeah, well.
I see Plant has a question. They want to know, they have a new LAD. Their plants are 5 weeks into flower. Full spectrum HPS. Can they swap it out? I don't know if it's a she. Sorry, if it's a she or not a she. Can they swap it out with stress or cause manners? It could. I mean, but people, swap out spectrums a lot, and blue, pull out the red, I don't know. I think you'd be okay, but you're so close. You're so close. Why
Yeah,
not?
I would have to agree. Sunlight spectrums change in nature, and they don't really cause nanners. A good healthy
I was,
leaf strip would cause more nanners probably than a light change, I'm thinking. But
you took the words right out of my mouth, Dingus. I was literally just about to say, in nature, fuck, the light changes at the end of the season, and it changes even week to week, day to day in some occasions. You go and watch the sunset, look at how different the spectrum in the sky is. What our eyes are taking in is a little bit different than the plants, but you can see that difference. The plants are definitely noticing that difference too. And I think that they've adapted and evolved through nature to be able to take different spectrums at different times. And the thing I'd be most concerned about is the intensity level. If your LED, some LEDs say, oh, this is a 1,000 watt equivalent, but it really pulls 300 watts. So just be careful if you're replacing a 1,000 watt HID with your LED and thinking that you have 1,000 watts when it's really only pulling 300. So make sure you know what it's pulling from the wall.
Note your temperature too, because you're going to have some fluctuations there as well. But
and I'd say run it warmer with your LED. LEDs typically like it about like 78 to 82, where HPS people have a lot of success in like the low to mid 70s, like anywhere from like 70 to 75, 77. It can definitely get hotter, but a lot of people, if they could pick a temperature for HPS, it's the leaf surface temperature really is what matters. Like if you had an infrared gun, 78 to 82 is going to be good for either one, but the HPS puts out more infrared heat. So that heat warms up your plant and makes it think that it's actually warmer than the ambient room temperature. So
what happened, Jerry?
I accidentally swiped over and it put me on that tap to talk thing. And then when it does that, you actually become like Tao. Tap Tao, tap Tao, tap Tao, tap Tao, tap Tao.
Oh, I didn't play that last night either. They wanted to fucking hear that shit too, and I fucking failed her.
No better time than the present, my friend. I think I could use a dad.
Mr.
Johnny
Johnny
Cannon.
Johnny Cannon coming in.
Johnny. Here's Johnny. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
That is a good tune.
He's trying to get that internet to come in. Come on, internet. Work, you mother.
It's gonna be a good
on a snap internet.
The robot, I love it.
It's just not working.
I love the robot. The Johnny Seed robot.
It's a shame. I was just about to tell Johnny how beautiful his sample was. Tao Tao.
You gotta sing the Tao Tao song in robot voice.
Will that bring him in?
You didn't get mine?
We were talking about Tao Tao before you came in, so we're gonna do a dab. At least I'm gonna do a dab.
I believe he's in chat.
Captain.
How's it going, guys?
Good, great video show off, by the way, or IG post. Thank you. Chilling at the chat room.
Yeah, it looks like I don't have internet inside my house today.
You're coming from the dark side, I can tell.
Yeah, I'm outside.
You could always Tao it. You could always Tao it, Johnny. Just turn the camera
How so?
off. It will buy you a little bandwidth. If you turn the camera off, it'll buy you more bandwidth. So you can
It will?
Tao it, but you just won't be able to.
Oh yeah, Johnny.
Okay. Try that. Let's see if I can go in my house then.
There you go. Perfect.
You
Can you
can
hear
still
the
hear
song
it
now?
and everything? Oh yeah, I can hear it. Okay, so yeah.
I hear you clear as well.
All right. So I'm inside. Okay. Good. I'd have to be standing outside. Boy, have I had an eventful week.
Oh, man.
Hopefully it got a little better today, my friend.
Well, the whole park went out of water today. Our main broke. The main for the whole park. So there was, over 100 units in here that are without any kind of water until just about an hour ago. So I just jumped in the shower and got cleaned up. Yeah, it's been a day. I am going to join you guys to that pit right there.
Good
We
to see.
got the sound.
I'm
You
looking
can go
at
lay down the Costco. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
what I'll do. Let's see.
Yeah, as soon as I get done with
All right.
this, I'll go ahead and fill you guys in on what's been going on. It's been pretty exciting. I'm going to take my hit now. Catch up with you guys.
Go ahead.
This is what I Gruesome did for me.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you did a good.
Yes.
Thought it was pretty cool.
I like it.
You know, it's the trichomes and the Bingus. Bingus trichomes, basically. So yeah, I grew it on Instagram. You see me in the chat room.
I
Terrific
grew
art.
some. Yes.
What did I say? I grew it?
Yeah, I grew some.
I grew some.
Yep.
Got it. God, I'm just
Yep.
losing
No,
it.
it's good, man.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, I thought.
I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Anyway, let me
Yeah.
get rid of
He
it.
does really good work. He's got that
Sting, man.
he's kind of got that T-Dog kind of style to him. You know what I'm saying?
A little bit
Little
of
bit.
Robert Crumb, I think.
A little Robert Crumb. He's got he's got his own style, man. I love it. I think it's great.
How do I undo that?
Right.
Yeah.
Johnny, who made that logo that you got up there now?
I grew some.
Oh, hell yeah.
Go 2
Yeah. He's the one that made that. So I'm really impressed with his work. And he just took he took my little character that was standing up inside my tent, my little garden guardian, and it's actually holding a gun, which is a laser gun looking thing, because it's like something from Star Wars. It's a three-eyed, weird looking thing. I'm not even sure what it is. But and then he threw my dog's face on it and memorialized my dog's head onto the body, and it put a third eye on it, which is cool.
It's badass. I love original artwork like that.
Yes,
With
I
the
like
cannabis theme too. Can't go wrong.
Check him out. He's on IG and YouTube.
Yep. He's
Check out West Coast Cure too.
Really?
Fuck. This peach rings that I just dabbed. Holy shit. It tastes real fucking peachy. And the West Coast Cure is owned by the Pop Brothers at Law's son. The Shut the Fuck Up Fridays guys. Not the typical one who's normally in most videos who came on the show. His brother, I think like Loss is the one. But yeah, there's the two Pop Brothers at Law. He's he's their son, so it's pretty fucking cool to support them. I think that they do a good thing for the community, teaching people to know their rights and how to basically prevent yourself from getting yourself in trouble. And I will call out product when it's bullshit. This is definitely not a bullshit product. So West Coast Cure's peach rings is solid flavor, good high. Can't complain.
Nice.
With that being said, with the no bullshit judgment there, Stingman in chat a few minutes ago was wanting to know your thoughts on the Puffco Peak Pro. while you're telling them that, I'm gonna go rinse these contacts because they're dry as shit, man. I got a fan beat me in the face. My contacts are not liking it. So I'll be right.
Alrighty. Well, I will say I just sold my Puffco Peak Pro, this one. It's going to be shipped out in about a week because my wife and I got the Opal Peak Pro, which is just like a fancier limited edition. It's like $20 more. And it's just got a little like etched glass and opal thing on there. But I will say I have I'll go get it right now. The Peak, which we got a little while ago and had for a long time. It still works great. Got cat hair on it, and I don't think I have a bucket on there, but you can see like the size difference. This one's taller, the Peak Pro. They both, it's electronic, little dab rig, battery powered. You charge it. They work really well. It's got 4 temperature settings. This one you can, make it glow a whole bunch of different colors and a bunch of fancy shit. I just use one of the chosen heat settings. Green is the second hottest. You got red as your third hottest, and white is the fourth and highest heat level. Then blue is your coolest, lowest heat level, level 1. I should have started there, but I was on green. Lady G and I use green if you're going to take a personal dab, or red if you're going to take a fat dab or share it. I never use the peak or the white setting, but I definitely think Puffco is a good brand. Their customer service has supported me. Like, we had an issue, actually, I will say. I started getting like a red and white flashing light because I think that the atomizer or something didn't tighten down properly onto the unit, and it wasn't allowing it to heat up past like a few hundred degrees. They're like, oh, no problem, we'll replace it. And they sent a brand new one in the mail like next day. And they actually told me just to send the base back, and my dumb ass was too high and didn't read the email clearly. So I sent the whole entire everything back. So they sent me a brand new kit or whatever. But they don't know that I'm Jack Greenstock or anything, so they're not giving me any special treatment. Like, I use my, Anyway, I definitely think if you're looking for a rig, the one thing I will say is the price is high. This is a $400 device. For my wife and I, we have 2 cats. It was worth it to me to not ever have to blow a torch in my house again and potentially have like one of my cats jump while they're fucking playing around or fighting and run across the flame and light them on fire. Because I didn't know this, but apparently if a cat like gets a little near a flame and they catch on fire, they like go straight up in flames really quickly. There's basically nothing you can do to stop it. The cats usually die very quickly and it'd be horrible. So my animals are like my kids, I guess. So I never want that shit to happen. And like an e-nail, the other thing is like if you have that plugged in, they run and yank it off the table. That could start a fire or break your rig. So that's a few of the reasons that I use this. This is also very good for portable. Like my wife and I, Eagle was talking about, they need to do drive-ins that you can smoke at. I went to a comedy show too, I actually was going to go to 2, but the one, my dad ended up passing away the night of the show, so we didn't go. But Eliza Schlesinger's show, we took the Puffco and we were dabbing, fucking sitting in the drive-through, watching the stand-up comedy show and high as fuck, and just sat it in the cup holder and had a good old time. It was a great night. And I can imagine going to a movie in that circumstance and doing the same thing. So for portability, I mean, if you look at it, it doesn't seem right off if you know what it is, it looks like a smoking device, but somebody might not recognize it. This is actually the first edition cap. I'll say that. We liked this cap a little bit more than the Puffco Peak Pro one. The Peak now I think is only, I shouldn't say only, the Puffco Peak is $250, I think, and the Peak Pro is $400. There's a limited edition Opal that's $420. But
very futuristic looking.
Yeah, they've definitely got that modern finish to it. It's got, this one's not as fingerprint grabbing. It's more of a matte metal, and this one's more of the shiny, like chrome.
Cool.
I hate to like sell out and make this a Puffco ad, but the person in the chat did ask, so I guess it is good to be thorough in our response.
Can you smoke regular herb in that as well?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope, this is concentrate only. I will show you something though. I've got a few dry herb vapes over here.
It's for the serious medicator. There's another bong. Who was it? JJ Kitchens. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He had a bong that was much like that, only a larger glass that you could use for flour.
So this is a dry herb vaporizer. It's called a Da Vinci IQ. And this is a mouthpiece right here. And it basically, you have this little chamber on the opposite end of the mouthpiece that flips up. You load your herb on the bottom. And it's got this little like knob that you can adjust up and down to basically pack it. If you want a smaller bowl, you can loosen that, and it basically makes less space in the chamber. And it's honestly, it doesn't give me a big enough puff to enjoy it. I got this for free. There's a thing called the Wolf Pack or something. This girl was trying to make like a cannabis influencer thing. So if I made a post, the agreement was they'd give me this for free. It's like a 70 or I don't know, $200 vape, depending on which package you got. So I was there because my wife was doing a little photo shoot on the beach, and so we picked this up and I tried it out. And to be honest, I wouldn't recommend it to people unless you're like looking for really discreet. It gives you very, very small puffs. So like on the beach, so on a very rare occasion, I'll load it up and you can hold it in your hand and no one will even notice that you have anything, because when you're puffing on it, it's just like so small. There's even a mouthpiece that doesn't pop out like that, but it gets hotter towards the actual device because when it's heating up. So this actually allows it to cool down a little bit. But I don't know. I had one called a Ghost MV1, and then the company went out of business. So it was actually a pretty good vaporizer, but I don't use stuff on the go very often. So I'd rather get medicated at my house and then go somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, on the rare, like if I go on a hike, which is, I haven't done that in 10 years. If I do something out, right, I'll take a little herb with me. Generally, nah. In the house, got the herb pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I do my medication in the house too, because I don't get out that much anyways.
We can't, that's the thing about this whole lockdown bullshit. It hasn't changed my life that much, except
No, it hasn't changed mine.
Things have gotten a lot weirder when I do go out.
One of the big reasons I don't medicate outside, and even though it's legal in California to, as long as you're not close to a school, or no smoking area, you're allowed to use cannabis outdoors, especially if you have your medical permit too. But I had a run-in with the police when I was in Ohio, and it still sticks with me to this day. So using cannabis in public still provokes a large amount of anxiety, because like I got assaulted by a police officer over having a pinch of cannabis in a pipe in my car at 16. So that just forever makes me think, like, when I'm out, I still see cops all around, and they're not typically the most friendly to. They're getting better, but
Conditioned
a lot of them will still. Yeah.
Conditioned response. I've had my ass kicked by the police, and they do a good job.
Yeah, it ain't fun when you're handcuffed, right? And you were being compliant, and then they just decide, oh, I'm going to beat the shit out of this kid to teach him a lesson. It's like, oh, well.
Yeah, I can still remember the guy's name. I never did follow up on my thread to find him.
Probably for the better.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I wouldn't be standing here today, probably. No, I don't. I've realized that the world, the universe, God basically takes over, and the type of energy you give out is what you end up receiving. If you dish out bad shit, which I have done, and then you get hit in the side of the head with something in your life, I'm speaking metaphorically, and you wonder why, because it's totally fucking unrelated to what you did, and yet it's totally related to what you did. I try not to push back much. More education, right? Somebody pisses you off. Hang on a second. Let me tell you what you just did. Okay, you pissed me off. Okay, and I'm not going to do anything about it except try to educate you. Don't fucking do that, because it really pisses people off. You know what I mean? And that's not really blowback. That's like, hey, I'm identifying you created spiritual harm to me. Don't do that, because it's going to hurt you in the long run. Anyway.
I like that theory. Put it back on them.
Well, a lot of the police don't seem to understand that, though. Yeah. Police, I think they have one of the highest divorce rates, highest alcoholism. I mean, believe me, they have issues, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And you kind of wonder why, you know. And are there good police? Sure, there's good cops. There's good people in all walks of life. There's also some that haven't learned how to be good. Notice I didn't say bad people. They just haven't learned how to be good. All right. So yeah. A lot of that on YouTube, by the way. Just saying.
Yep.
Anyway. Here I am on the soapbox again. God dang soapbox, you know, they don't build them like they used to. They're fucking cardboard. They're cardboard
I'll
now.
say this. 99% of interactions that police have are probably non-newsworthy. So there are good cops out there. I think like something like almost half of them do beat their wives, which is horrible, unfortunate. But most residential, like routine traffic stops just go on about their day or whatever. They're mainly tax collectors, unfortunate for themselves. They're tricked into thinking that they're, in some cases they have been heroes, but I don't think all of them are automatically heroes. So they have this sense of valor and they have the feeling to like defend the badge and stand behind blue and look out for each other even when they do wrong in some cases, which I think they don't want to, but feel like they have to. So it's definitely a complicated issue. And I do think in some cases, biggest there are just unfortunately bad people. I'd say it's like 1% or less. And then there's people that could doing bad things, but they can be inspired or influenced to do good.
I know cops have signed up for many of them with the right intentions. I remember I was at a diner having breakfast, and there was a sheriff in breakfast, and we started talking. And he was an older guy, getting close to retirement, I found out. And I go, well, how is it being a sheriff? And he goes, not what I signed up for, but I'm willing to retire for it. Okay. So I'm like, what does that mean? I mean, he spent his days, I could tell, trying not to delve too deep into the negative aspect of the job, because it's got to be, you're always dealing with something that's probably not positive, you know. So it's unfortunate, I think, that our aspirations sometimes are high, right? But then we reach reality, which is kind of a flat line at sometimes.
I think something we can all agree on is that what unfortunately the police did throughout the most recent history in the United States with the cannabis law enforcement and how they enforced it is sort of like reprehensible. I would say damn near unforgivable in some cases. That's not ever going to go forgotten. It's definitely never going to be forgotten by our community. That's why I think so many people are sour in our community and have that FTP attitude. Some people say fuck the police. A lot of people now are saying film the police. So
if you go through some of the arrests, I mean, one that I had was terrible. I mean, you're going to get post-traumatic stress. But it also educated me. I mean, because I had to figure out what the fuck, why are they escalating in this when there's no need to do so? And it's just because they get so amped up in their training, and there's so much money behind an arrest. And that's what I think really raises the level of expecting. They expect these cops to perform as fucking trained. Why? Because the take that we're going to get out of this arrest is probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Okay.
Back, yeah, for a while.
So
now it's definitely different.
No, now there's no money in cannabis. Go ahead and report your YouTube. A lot of this goes on. Go ahead and report your YouTube cannabis grower. They're gonna do nothing, man. What the fuck? I laugh at this shit. You know, it's like, what do you think they're actually gonna do? I mean, especially.
You're right though about them being hyped up about other shit sometimes. Like when I got pulled over and had my ass beat while I was cuffed, the week before, a cop got shot like 3 times in the face, less than 5 minutes south of the city I lived in. So the new policy was everybody who got pulled over, they pulled up with 2. They'd pull you over with the first car and they'd wait for backup to come. So they had an officer on each side of your car when they came up. So it's just like they were on high alert and fucking way revved up thinking it was something that it isn't. And it's not an excuse. They push shit way too far and handled things inappropriately. But, you know,
yeah. Is it an easy job? No. Do I have respect for those that want to try it? Yeah. But I don't know. You can take the worst cop, all right, on any day, and he can be the best cop. All right, it's so situational. And that's
I agree. I think this is a topic wheel time, though. I think, Eagle, I have a suggestion for the topic wheel if and when it's made. Aliens and or conspiracies have to be on there. Because first fucking aliens, this shit that's coming out, where do you stand on this, Eagle? I need to hear your thoughts because there's been a lot of shit coming out lately and I haven't heard you talk too much about it. You're muted.
Of course I'm muted. Of course I'm muted. And that's because I'm usually sitting quietly in the background lately. But I think it's a bit of bullshit, to be honest with you. There's got to be some type of point to it all. Otherwise, they would have released something a long time ago. And with the government or the people that run the government, depending on who you're talking to, nothing slips. Everything's pretty much intentional. You see that movie Mirage Men, where they basically had a group of people that kind of take information out to the investigators, such as people that are out there now. And I think that's much like what's going on right now. They're just kind of feeding us a little bit of bullshit to kind of get us talking about it for one reason or another. But it's very intentional. There's a bigger point to it. I don't know. But
you think that this is some puppeteering?
Yeah.
They're saying, hey, look at the aliens over here. And they're like, don't worry about the Fauci emails over there or something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. Usually the way I roll.
I think there's some validity to that. Sorry, Johnny, go ahead.
I think it's a distraction. Just like you were saying, 3-card money. You know?
Next, you're going to hear that the pandemic was made by the aliens, and everybody needs to wear triple mask and get 5 more.
Wait, wasn't?
Get 5 more vaccines and stay at home 100% of the time. Be in fear because they're everywhere. The aliens they're flying around. They can be at Jack's house, and then the next seconds they can be at Biggins' house. So you better be afraid. Be very afraid.
I kind of agree with Bingus on that one there as I listen to him. I think it's a little bit what it is. They're just kind of unleashing the toolbox. Here you go. Here's a pandemic. That one's not quite working. Release aliens. You know what I mean? Oh shit, that's not working. What's next?
Do you think that any of it could be? You remember back when they had that War of the Worlds where they broadcasted on the radio and they came on, they pretended like aliens were invading, and then a bunch of people killed themselves. Do you think that there could be some fucking messed up? That might be a dark theory, but is there some in some fucked up world? Are they trying? Suicide's already up with the pandemic. People are being forced to be inside. People are finally about to be let out because things are moving towards that direction. Now they're like, oh, we need to give them something else to be afraid of. So let's fucking put the aliens out there and say that it's real because it's coming from the government. And then it scares the shit out of people because they're like, wait, this isn't War of the Worlds. Like, this is real shit. Like, and we can't explain it. And then we're just going to go about our day. Like, a certain percent of the population, that's going to really fuck them up in the head.
Yep. Look what happened in the World of Worlds. Okay, now imagine if it comes from the mouth of government. All right, that's gonna put the Georgia Guidestones pretty much on the map as a reference point of what's going on.
I was going to go there, but I'm glad you did. Because the Georgia Guidestones, they've been talking about reducing the amount of people down to 500 million people, something like that. That's not very many people within the world.
No.
So
that's like just the U.S. and a little more. There's like 300 something million in the U.S. There's over 1 billion in China and India alone. So
yeah, a lot more manageable.
When like if we're looking at like Bill, like making, let's keep this conspiracy fucking spinning. Bill Gates getting divorced by Melinda Gates right now because he was fucking around with Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was prosecuted for being a sex offender. But this is not like conspiracy. Like all this shit has come out to be true. Like he did fly with them. Bill Gates denied all this shit. But look into it. He actually had a close relationship with Epstein, and that's why Melinda Gates is divorcing him.
But
and right now he owns patents, and he's denying people in India the vaccine because he would rather make more profit doing it with people here in the U.S. where we've got it more under control.
Aren't they setting up the fall guys as well? Who to point the fingers at, who to blame, you know, when they get exposed, which is happening almost daily now on the bullshit. So, yeah, I'd have to agree, Jack. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, I think people just need to get the black pill on Bill Gates because for a lot of people, they think, oh, he had this big charitable foundation. That was him hiding his money from taxes. And if you even go back to the Microsoft days, apparently he was a vicious CEO. He was brutal to his employees. He was cutthroat in the business sense. That's why he was so successful. Unfortunately, that is rewarded in capitalism. And I support capitalism, but he took it to the nth degree and was not a kind or friendly boss. Like he has good PR. He has really good public relations teams that make him look like he's this squeaky clean guy. But he's definitely done a lot of sketchy shit, from just being a shitty boss and asshole of a person, bad husband apparently, to right now some of the things that he's doing. I mean, he talked about the pandemic before it even happened.
They were the original vaccinators. They were the original vaccinators going off to other countries, fucking, here, come here, you little bastard.
They gave oral vaccines in India that was leading to paralysis. So Google that. Fucking Bill Gates oral vaccine, India, paralysis, and a bunch of kids in India that they were given these vaccines like in the mouth, not like a shot, but like fucking whatever. There's a lot of, he has not gotten a PhD or a MD, I should say. He's not a medical doctor, and not that they would qualify him to go do all the shit that he's doing. Like he just
has a bunch of money. Graduate, dude.
Yeah. Scary.
Educated in the garage.
I don't know, man. I try not to go too deep into this shit anymore, but I research it and I'm not fooled, period. And I've been looking into this kind of shit for, God, 15, almost 20 years. And it's
the one I want.
Before that.
Oh, Gart. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jack.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. That was my bad.
But dude, things are crazy. But it's in charge, and I predict, if I had one, this will be a great 4th of July. I think we'll have some great celebrating to do. Hopefully, I'm 4th of July. I have a good friend that's going to have a birthday before that. We're going to celebrate, and let's just get into that celebratory spirit of freedom. Because really, if everybody stood up, or even if 10% stood up and said, "Hey, come here for a minute. Fuck you." All right, guess what? Things would change pretty fast.
Yep.
Saying.
Another thing, people underestimate what they could do to make change. And Captain 420 talked a little bit about this with like the rallying normal, and like it's amazing what it'll do if people show up to these council meetings. Like my wife just did and spoke and made change where they got law change for the better for cannabis. And then another thing that people can do that I think is easier to do actually is calling these senators and representatives and leaving voicemails and saying, hey, you need to support this. You need to relax the regulations on cannabis. You need to make it more friendly to cannabis businesses because it's going to bring you tax revenue and it's going to bring patients access and it's going to help people, people that need it, like even like a lot of military people in the city that recently just got additional rights. They don't have to get a medical card now. They can just have access to it and not necessarily give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms.
Man, that's awesome. I love that. When did that happen?
Just a few days ago. It was the council initially was split 2-2, and there was somebody missing. There was only a 5-person council, and then it just changed to 4-1. The one person being the mayor, and she was so against it because there was this lobbying group against cannabis, and they came out with all this bullshit. There's thousands of studies to show that cannabis is medically damaging, and then all the cannabis people came and said, here are studies to show that it's not. Here are studies to show that one, it's neighboring city just got $4 million in tax revenue from their cannabis, and the crime went down. And kids aren't using it more. And like, it's actually harder. They're like, have you been to one of these stores? Like, we'd invite any of the council members to come to a dispensary and try to get cannabis if you are under the age of 21. They're secure. They're highly secure. You're not going to get in there and have access. Like, and it's very expensive because they have to go through all the taxes. So no one's going in there and buying it and flipping it to kids. Like, it just, the margins are terrible. So the illicit market is still around, and you know, that's going to be how it is. So what they wanted to do is take that tax money and use it for education. So letting people know like some of the values of going through getting some other stuff from certain places. So it's not like they're
what state was that?
California, right here in California. So each city has the right to, so the way it was legalized here is they said it's up to the cities to decide how it's rolled out. So it still hasn't been fully decided everywhere. They're still figuring out whether it's medical, rec, both, neither. The cities can outright ban it. 67% have outright banned all cultivation outdoors. So only 1/3 of California can grow any cannabis outdoor, legally at least.
That's wrong.
And that's what they called legalization in Prop 64. So thankfully, people are lobbying and advocating for cannabis for the good, you know, and stepping up and making. It was so cool to see one of the councilmen was a 2-tour veteran. Guy had like 7 kids, and he's like, you know what? I have kids. I'm the first person who doesn't want this stuff to end up in front of the wrong person. It's like, I have 7 kids, you know. He's like, but I think that this is going to provide an opportunity for more oversight, more education, and it's only going to be a benefit to the city. So he was all for it, and it was cool to see his passion for it. He was like the first person to speak after the 40+ people spoke at the council meeting. So it was a great thing to see, because it's like I said the other night with Captain 420, the fight's not over yet. There's still people in prison for it. Every state has not legalized yet, and even the states that have, I would argue many of them have plant counts, which there's something right there to work on. We shouldn't have plant counts. We should all be able to grow to the size or you know, need.
To your need.
However many plants you need.
So what's going on in Michigan there, Eagle? Are they still trying to take away your guys' growing, indoor growing, or? personal grows. I heard something about that was going on.
I believe that effort is still on the table there, John. I believe that's still on the table.
So it sounds like everybody in the country needs to call every state that is doing this and talk to them.
Well, hit them in the pocket too, because like right now, I know that I'm not going to support Sherbinsky's, Clout King, or DNA because even though they're in Michigan, they're also in California, and I'll never spend a dime with them. And the best place to hit them is in the pocket because they spent $10 million on lobbyists, and those lobbyists are spending those $10 million to go and talk to lawyers and people to advocate against cannabis. So if they continue to lose money and see their bottom line get hurt, then maybe they'll change their mind. Hopefully, I don't think that's going to happen, but it's the best thing that we can do as a community to fight against it. And I think it's successful because I think these people are shriveling up in their fucking shell and trying to hide, because the guy who is the head of the MCMA, Michigan Cannabis Manufacturers Association, I think is what it's called, people that are lobbying actively against cannabis with $10 million, which they could have gave as bonuses to their employees. They could have stuck in their pocket as CEOs or bought it themselves a car or a boat, and nobody would have been pissed off at them like we are about this. They could have done it so many different ways, but this is literally the worst way they could spend their excess funding, is to go after the people that built the community. And some of these fucking guys are caregivers themselves in some of the cases, or were at some point, or so they claim. And shout out to Spartan Growing, because on Medical Mondays, they had one of these MCMA guys on from Pleasant Trees Cannabis, and he's like a lawyer, and he's like part shareholder in Pleasant Trees, and I think he was the head of MCMA. And people dug this up through like LinkedIn. I don't think that he realized that people knew he was as high up in the lobbying efforts as he was. And Spartan's like, shame on you. You like come from being a caregiver. Like you should be ashamed of yourself. Like the caregivers built the community. And like, I just think what you are doing is horrible. And like, he just fucking shit on him right to his face. He's like, this is all, the only thing I want to say, and then I'll leave. He's like, I'll sit here and listen to your response if you want, but like, I just had to get that out there because like basically he was trying to dance around all these issues and pretend like they weren't lobbying to get rid of the caregivers' rights. Spartan just fucking jumped in there and he's like, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. You know exactly what you're doing, and you're trying to limit our plant counts and trying to limit caregiver rights and basically dwindle the plant count as low or none. As they want to ban it in certain areas, like they're trying to give themselves every opportunity to shut down people like Eagle and everybody else in Michigan who's helping patients, which is despicable. And I'm happy that we have these outlets to rally on, and let the people know, spread the word. It's more powerful than people think.
Word of mouth is the best form of advertising of anything.
Yes, it is. You could attest for that, right, Eagle? Word of mouth.
Absolutely.
How much did you spend on marketing in the days of Eagle Eye construction or carpentry?
I never advertised. All word of mouth. All word.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought.
T-shirts, I think the first year, and that was it. After that, 15 years until I decided to close it up. Yeah, even at that, I don't think I've ever really closed it up, kind of, you know what I mean? I've kind of sublet work for a while, but it's still licensed and all that bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. All word of mouth, though. Even today, I try to put that phone off and it won't quit ringing.
It's just, if you give good business to people and you treat them right, you'll actually, in my case, I'm a service provider as well, and I've had the pleasant experience of this as well. You'll actually have more business than you can provide. You'll have to start turning down jobs because people, the word of mouth gets out there. They're like, oh, he does really fucking good work. So it'll get to the point where you're working like, I don't know, 70+ hour weeks, and you're like, I gotta scale some shit back here and take some stuff off my plate when you're just working in that. And I'm happy that now you're primarily a caregiver, and that's more of your side thing, and you can dip into it as much or as little as you want. In times like right now, I'm sure with the pay being much better than it typically would be. And you haven't done it in a while, so you get the nostalgia of being back there. You've been working on it for a bit now, so I guess you've been back at it for a bit. But it's just, I'm happy for you, Eagle. You're doing good things over there. And
accountability.
Gets me out of the house. That counts for a good bit. Gets me out of the house. That counts for a lot. But now that mental health.
Accountability and responsibility is a great calling card. All right, that's all you need. One person to recognize that you're accountable, and then they tell 1, 2, 3, 4, who knows, and it spreads like wildfire. Versus the guy that's on the take that has to have Facebook advertising and YouTube advertising, and they just pound the shit out of you until you're hypnotized and brainwashed into making that selection.
One thing that I found that has always worked for me is fucking not, biting off more than I can handle. I've never really wanted to run a big crew. When it came to building furniture and stuff like that, quality control, I want things to be built. When I pick up a piece of wood, man, I look at that thing. I may set it aside for another location. I might want it up front. The guy I'm paid might not get 2 shits. You know what I mean? They might just slap it all together, and that's not my vision. So I never could do that when it came to like the crafts, the tables, and all that aspect of it. So I don't know. Quality is really, really important to me.
Totally.
And what I found to me was never biting off more than I could chew, and treating each customer one by one like they had all my attention. They didn't have other people calling my phone. Hey, hold on a second. I'll be there in a minute. I gotta cut you short. I gotta leave because I run over to this other job. This other job's more important than your job. No. I'm here until this job is finished. You have my full attention until we are done. And then I'll move on. That's the way I've always, did that. I think that says a lot to customers. You know what I mean? It does, some kind of insurance. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's going to be here till the end. I don't know. It's always worked well for me. It's always worked well.
My thing is, like my services are, it's not like I'm not building something or creating something. I'm like teaching a kid how to do something or playing, like instructing a lesson. So I'm there for a set amount of time. And I like having the accountability of like a fixed schedule. A lot of my kids are special needs and they really like that routine. So I'll see the same kids the same days of the week, every week. So I'm always there. And the one thing that I can do is be on time and I'm never a no call, no show, or even like I hate canceling. So I try to keep myself healthy, get enough sleep, plan like accordingly for like, I know I don't have anything early in the morning tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about getting to bed early right now. And it's nice to provide, families that stability when a lot of their other services, they have people cancel on them left and right. And, it's tough to get anybody to provide good quality anything right now. So just continuing to show up. It's great to have a job and people that are thankful for you to show up to work. And I think that you're kind of getting out at the right time or got out at the right time. I know you're not all the way out, but I've noticed and learned even to appreciate through listening to your show that there's been a less appreciation of quality nowadays. People don't, when they build a home, they're trying to do it maybe as cheaply as possible more often than they're like trying to go balls to the walls, get the best wood, do the crown moldings. And like some of this stuff is like, but you look at that and they're like, oh, that's like 80s design. People wouldn't even consider it like modern now because it's like overbuilt to them. But like, it's just different engineering philosophies, I guess, and craftsmanship levels.
What you're talking about right there, Jack, is what made me want to get the fuck out of the construction field, to be honest with you. Because that's where, I was my most comfortable, most quality work was in the finer end, trim, kitchens, tile, shit like that. And people don't like to pay for that shit, man. Contractors are cheap, man. Contractors, pags, fucking all that shit, and cheap, 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 cheap. Craftsmanship and skilled labor is fucking gone. You drive, like you say, you drive through these subdivisions now, they all look the same. When I actually started in the construction field, or fuck, it was restoration back then, to be honest with you. It was doing laminate countertops and refacing, and it went from that to older home restoration, like 1800s was like the norm for a long time. I mean, we take her right down to the studs, do everything just as she was. I mean, just as she was. So, and then the craftsmanship. And then once I got on to like just, construction crew where you're building spec houses, that shit's no fun, man. You can practically sit there and cut all your fucking pieces at once and fucking, that's no fucking fun. That's no fun. So when
Dude, if you come out here, Eagle, you'll see it even worse. Because the subdivisions out here, they'll show weeds, little boxes on the hillsides. You go through the subdivisions, and it's not every house is the same. It's every fourth house. So it's like you go, all right, here's house A, B, C, and D. And like there might be subtle variations in color, or like where they moved a window here and there and things like that. But it is literally the exact same 4 or 5 homes that make up a development. And there's no originality in a lot of places anymore. And it is kind of sad to see that is a lost appreciation in modern times.
This is for Lexi, just saying. Hi, Lexi. I haven't done one of these for a while, so she misses the background. This is Iceland.
The clever name scheme to keep people away, because Iceland is actually very green and Greenland is very icy, which I think is hilarious.
Now, there's a story behind that where I can't remember how it went, but they mixed the names because they didn't want to get invaded. In other words, Iceland and Greenland should have been the opposite, right?
Yep, that's exactly it. Those clever Nordic folk.
Dude, have you ever tried to, or have you ever heard someone speak Icelandic? My God.
It's very interesting.
Try to say the words. It's very difficult language to speak, which I like languages. Christopher 54, you're welcome. Like Christopher 54, I think he's from Europe somewhere. And he's a regular attendee in our great chat room, but he's very supportive, and I appreciate that, Chris. Just saying. But that, Lexi, that's for you, young lady. Anyway.
I'm glad to hear Lexi's token on the bong. That's awesome. Fucking.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to do that right now. So I do that continuously throughout the day.
Welcome to the club.
Dude, I found a good masseuse too, Jack. I've been seeing him at least once a month, and my God, what a difference this guy is. He's a Ukrainian. I called him a Russian, and he didn't like that. Just saying. He actually,
especially in recent years, Bingus, man, shit's been not so good.
He gave me an education on the difference of the two, which I really appreciated, by the way, and he did a great job. But you take one look at his hands and you go, okay, get ready. Because I told him when I first started seeing him, I want someone strong enough to give me a good massage, because, nah. And so, great guy. But also RSO, or not RSO, but THC works pretty good. Was it you that told me that, Jack? The THC gel capsules?
Yeah. We probably talked about it.
Anyway.
A little bit of THC,
so-
a little bit of CBD.
Yeah, I take the CBD, but I have laid off the THC. And so now I've brought in more of a, I guess you could say I watered it down a little bit with some coconut oil. Because, dude, there was a time when I was taking those capsules and I started actually semi-hallucinating and shit. And I'm not kidding you. It was interesting. I had to pull over one time to try it, in which I was like, what? I didn't, seemed like the whole scenery changed before my eyes. It was just the weirdest fucking thing, man. And I was rushing. I was just rushing too, you know. And I looked in the mirror, I was just red. I go, man, you got to be blood corpuscle in your body headed to your head right now, so you better just relax for a minute.
I got another topic
So
wheel for us.
Say you build up. Hold on, Jack.
Yeah,
I got it right here. I've been building it as we've been talking. See me, I've been fucking putting topics on the wheel. So you'd say you didn't build up a tolerance to it, Dingus? How long did you go?
That was, dude, that was a year or so ago. And I took too many. I got up to 3 capsules a day just to see. And then one time it just went too far, you know how it is. And I happened to be driving and I was rushing like crazy. And man, I swear, it's like I was in a different place. That's all I can explain it. I had to pull over. And I sat there for quite a while, actually. Turned on the radio and just went, you know. I've overdone it, actually. I've passed out. It's
easy to do.
I passed out. My son gave me an edible, but I ate it on the way home, and he called me when I got home and said, don't eat the whole thing. I went, oops. And it wasn't long. I couldn't even move. But I felt wonderful. That's the thing. People they freak, right? I just ride it. It's like, oh, okay, my arms aren't moving. Okay, I better find a way to lay down somewhere, you know. Let's go with it.
I've had some shit like that where I toked it, Deadhead OG. It was like within 10 or 15 minutes. Thankfully, I was in my bedroom. And at first hit, I started getting like heavy eyes. Second or third hit, I was so tired. I literally had to like run over to my bed and just like jump in, plop on there, and just pass the fuck out. Like almost like involuntary. I was so fucking stoned. I just passed the fuck out. And it was great. Great fucking sleep. But the topic wheel I was thinking of would be edible stories. Sorry, Johnny.
We already bridged into that.
I know, you made me think of it. It's for the future, though.
Wait a minute. The septic coming through it. What was that, Johnny? I love the robot.
I know, right? Yeah. Robotic gun.
Perfect. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Yeah, even with the picture on it, still I'm seeing you guys getting all choppy on me and everything, and so it's kind of messed up, you know.
It adds flavor and appeal to the whole pan.
I don't know about that, you know.
It does, dude. It does. I mean, let's make it so. I mean, the Decepticon voice, you know, the icon. I mean, we can build on that.
We could build on it. Okay.
Other than the topic wheel thing, I just remembered something else I was going to say earlier and forgot. But we're talking about zero cost on advertising budget. And other than myself and Eagle, well, actually, at the beginning in my business, I tried to advertise on like Facebook and some other places on the internet. A few $100, straight down the shitter, because it led to 0 actual leads that turned to real. My one family that I started off with, she gave my number to another family. That gave my number to another family, and that third family put my information into like a parents group And then there was like an article written about my business in a local paper. Said I was like a hidden gem or whatever. And then once that got shared in the parents group, I had 8 families that I was working with, and I had to start like a wait list at this point and try to hire people. So definitely word of mouth is the most powerful advertisement. And you can get suckered into spending money on Facebook or other shit, but I think just try and provide the best service or quality product to the people that you can, and ultimately people will come back to you.
Well, I got to say, out here in Vegas, when I first got out here in 2013, I worked for a couple of family members. I did some jobs, you know, in their house. And then I told them, you know, if you like the work, just spread it around the neighborhood. Let your people know that, you know, I do the work. Next thing you know, I started getting a little bit of work. That spread out, and that spread out. And just like what happened to you, there was a couple of communities in a very high-end area that I did a bunch of work for that literally put me onto their community paper. They have a community paper that the neighborhood housing, you know, housing authorities or whatever you want to, HOAs, they allowed it to be on there, and they didn't even have any issues with it. Next thing you know, I was getting all kinds of work through that. And that wasn't even my advertisement. That was somebody else doing it for me, just like you. That always works good. The other thing about that is, heck, if you even just show up to the job anymore, nobody's showing up for the job. So if you show up, shoot, you're doing good already.
They're paying people to interview right now. That's as crazy as it might seem. They're fucking paying people like $50 to $100 to show up to a fucking interview. And I think they're paying at McDonald's like 17 or 18 bucks an hour at some locations. So it's definitely a crazy time. If people want to work, even though it might not be the job that they want, there are opportunities out there. And I will say, if you just get a job that will pay your bills, you can chase your dream in the extra hours too. So it's not something to be ashamed of to fucking have a day job. I think a lot of people think that they're gonna like live this 9 to 5s are like the fucking dream killer, and they're gonna live a laptop lifestyle of luxury and fucking drop ship or Facebook or whatever Amazon affiliate. People get these YouTube ads, or at least I do occasionally, fucking marketed at me that make it seem like, oh, you can make $1 million, like blah blah blah. And I was always told, if it seems too good to be true, it usually is. Not to say that there aren't people out there making money on this stuff, but oftentimes they're, like we were talking about earlier, they're dangling one thing over here and the reality is over here. That is, most of them are paying a bunch of money to put ads in front of you. They're not making as much money as they think with their rented Lambos and mansions and shit like that. So don't be afraid to work hard and make an honest living. I think all of us on this panel have done it, and it feels great to fucking help people to go out there and do something every day. I think like Johnny right now is in a position where he's medically no longer able to work like he used to. And I bet you he wishes he could get back out there and provide people the same level and quality.
I wish I could. I really do. It upsets me because I used to be that guy that people would call all the time whenever they needed something done. Now they call me up and I say, well, I can't do it. Sorry. It's like here, just Thursday, I had a small water leak underneath my house, which I thought. So I crawled up underneath that thing and I find out that it's a water main burn on my unit itself. So I took that time while I got a hold of the manager to have a authorized plumber come out and take care of it, because it's theirs. You know, from that point, it was their problem, not mine. So, which was really nice. So they replaced a bunch of stuff that was really bad. I mean, it was so rusted out. It was just pathetic. I'm surprised it was even allowing water to come into my place. But while they had that off, I went ahead and took advantage of the fact that I had a pretty poor system going to my swamp cooler. And the swamp cooler is vital to keep my house cool. So I figured I had better rebuild that and get that all set up. And at the same time, they broke the hot water line to my kitchen sink, so I had to replace that too. So while I did all that, that took basically, I would say, about 8 hours to get all that done, with them doing what they had to do, me doing what I did. And then at the end of the day, I turned on my swamp cooler, and well, the water pump didn't work anymore on it, so it wasn't pumping. So I had to run around the house and try to find one off of an old swamp cooler that I had that's still here, and unstick it because it was calcified shut, And so I cleaned it all up, got it working. So I got a funky 8-year-old water pump in there, and my less than a year-old water pump burned out, which is rather stupid. I mean, if you ask me. So I got all that taken care of, and then I was so tired after that whole day. I lost my keys, man. I didn't know what I did with them. Have you ever done anything like that? I mean, come on, guys.
I've done that. Unfortunately, that's a bitch when you actually lose them and don't recover them. Hopefully, you've found them.
Yeah, I did.
That's good, Johnny. I wanted to ask Eagle something. When you said your water main burst, it kind of made me think of something. I know Eagle has some history, and I think even maybe some relatives in the Flint, Michigan area. And I know that's often talked about with the water lines and things like that. And I could be misremembering, but I think one of the things you mentioned that I didn't think about initially, and I think a lot of people don't think about, is if Flint, the city, were to replace all of their water lines in the city, that only goes up to the people's houses, and all these people's houses that have these rusted lines and things like that, that there's issues from the street to the house. The city fixing 100% of their stuff wouldn't necessarily just be an overnight solution for the city, unfortunately. Is that the correct kind of summary of what's going on there?
Oh yeah, you have to finish the job all the way to the faucet, brother. Yeah, a lot of the older homes are not cast iron pipes, but steel pipes. So they're rusting and barely holding down, anyways. So it's a mess, but yeah, a lot of it has been repaired, but like you said, it has to be repaired all the way to the faucet. Who picks up that cost? And city's stricken for cash already. I don't think it gets done in a lot of places. They're still handing out water, to be honest with you. They're still free handing out water spots.
The thing that I really liked was the guy that basically set up a giant fucking dehumidifier. He's like, there's water in the air. There's an African American dude. There's a video of him that goes viral on occasion. He's like, he went to Flint, Michigan with this giant ass. It's basically a dehumidifier, but it spits out clean drinking water. And people go there and fill up jugs, and it's just pulling moisture from the environment. And they have a central fill station that you can go there, and there's a bunch of spigots that put out clean drinking water for the people in Flint. And there's he highlighted a bunch of other cities throughout the country that have similar issues from fracking and poor infrastructure. So it's one of those things that I think is worth talking about. And I think that there are solutions out there. It's just we got to make sure that people fucking address it,
Oh man, we haven't put any money in our infrastructure for a long ass time. Our bridges, our water in a lot of cities, it ain't just fucking Flint. It's just Flint got talked about. You know what I mean? The Flint just got fucked up bad enough to where it was talked about. But a lot of cities are in the same boat as Flint as far as like water goes and shit like that, to be honest with you. So yeah. Maybe cannabis money as it goes through from coast to coast will create some new projects like that. Create funding for restoration, or possibly just knock that shit down and new builds.
I will say one thing I do like about the recreational / legal market in California is they're not allowing people to just fuck up the environment like a lot of guerrilla growers unfortunately were, like just over fertilizing, dumping this chemicals that would run off into streams and cause damage to the nearby environment. Like they're making sure you have to go through all these measures and make sure that things are set up properly. And unfortunately that comes with a bunch of high costs and regulation, but it does. Like there are legacy operators that are in the game, like Nat Pennington from Humboldt Seed Company. He's doing his thing, and he's an OG. He's been in it for a while, so I'm happy to see him and others be able to go into the legal market. And I know he used to be like a salmon river person. Like he used to like literally study the salmon and saw how much damage was being done in certain spots in Humboldt because people would just go up there and basically trash areas and not respect the land. And I think a lot more people now in our community especially are veering towards organic and regenerative and respecting the land, and it ends up usually just costing them less than hugging or fucking lugging bottles out to some of these remote locations. But I'm a supporter of the salts. I think that they work just great too. I've got fucking salts from when I used to grow in cocoa, and if shit hit the fan and I had to grow in cocoa again, I would be happy to do it. Fucking gross fire. If you do it right, that is.
Salts.
Yeah, no, I'm not
never
against
not
it.
salts.
I know. I was just kind of what I was saying. Some people might construe as being against salts and negative, but there are, if you're not responsible with it out in nature, sometimes consequences. Unfortunately, that growers in the times where it was illegal and that was all they really could do, I guess. So I'm not looking down upon them. They are the forefathers of our industry. They kept a lot of the genetics alive that I grow and enjoy today. So I do have respect for those people. No one's perfect, including myself. I mean, in 100 years, they'll look back and be like, why are these idiots growing indoors? Everyone should be under the sun. It's so much more fucking efficient. Fucking set up a greenhouse or something like that. But we have to because the legality and fucking stealth reasons for a lot of people. So
Well, that's a good point, though. I mean, our glass house is any better for the environment. I mean, that's going to be something to be told yet, anyways. It can be good. I mean, it's going to have to be a lot more open farming on a larger scale. There's only so much, in my opinion, that can be done in greenhouses. This is
I think your greenhouse is your scotch and your whiskey and your fine wine of cannabis. Your like field grown will be like your beers, your Bud Lights, kind of your more commercial stuff. There'll be like craft brews as well. It could be comparable to like a good cannabis grown in a mixed light greenhouse or even indoor. There will still be, till the end of time, in my opinion, indoor cannabis cultivation because so many people have grown, not till the end of time, but for a long time coming, there will be people that appreciate how indoor cannabis looks, smells, tastes. It is different. There are differences. You can make them close. Light depth greenhouses with light assist can come really close to indoor, and people even sell it as indoor in certain markets. So it definitely does pass as indoor if it's grown the right cultivar and properly. But yeah, I think greenhouses they can be very efficient. That's the beauty, is like you can run them with very little electricity if it's in the right environment and if it's set up properly. There's things like geothermal where you can dig into the ground and tap to that. I think it's 55 to 65 degrees and use that in like colder environments to keep things warm. Like they grow citrus up in Michigan with geothermal greenhouses. It's pretty fucking cool. In the middle of the winter, they have these greenhouses with fucking blooming orange trees. And I'd never really seen that shit before until I looked into it, and it's possible. It's just, you gotta know your environment and set up accordingly. Dingus, you might be happy to hear I'm thinking about getting into some hemp soon.
Good.
I've got a buddy who's got a acre. We're gonna do a little test crop this year, and next year maybe get a license and go like full acre or 2 acres and make some seeds and extract some terpenes and just play around with some different ratios. And
Are you gonna do your own extracting?
That's the plan for now. I mean, we're not gonna necessarily get the most complex operation, but like the steam distillation is something that I think we would be able to.
Many times when you grow hemp, it's good to start at the end and work backwards. Find out who's going to do your concentrates and how they do it, what the requirements are, and you can kind of cater to that end result, because many times that's where people get hung up.
We're actually, our intent is the seed, and the extraction is sort of a benefactor.
Oh,
you know,
okay,
just
cool.
taking advantage of the. I don't think there's enough. There's definitely great hemp out there, but like there's like a 9-page list of every registered hemp person in California. Like when I look at them and look at their operations, and I just think that it's a giant pie, right? There's room in it for everybody, and I think
Absolutely,
it's all cannabis, and it just allows easier barrier to entry to get into growing more cannabis outdoor under the sun. And I just think it's such a beautiful plant, especially growing out here in California. And to not,
it's hard to tell the difference. There is no difference really when they're growing. You can have some beautiful, colorful hemp plants with huge colas and crystals. What's up, Smiley?
Cheers, Smiley.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys, man. Been busy.
You and Eagle are both rocking the safety meeting shirt. Gotta love it. I actually almost
I know.
had mine.
This is the different one though. I got the pinky in the brain.
Oh shit!
The
Yeah, I
two
didn't even
different
realize.
models.
I see the yellow and I just assume it's the pinky in the brain because that's the one that I have. I wear that shit all the time. I think Chichi B said it the other day. They're so soft. I wear it to sleep often because it's like breathable too, and it's super comfortable. So it's a great shirt.
No, they are great shirts. It's a durable material for sure. I like it a lot. You won't lose me in the dark.
We were talking a little, Smiley, about how me and my barber, who I taught how to grow, are considering getting into hemp for seed production and breeding different ratios of CBD and terpenes and just playing around, because the license in California is like less than $1,000, and the CDFA is actually, believe it or not, a lot easier to work with than the Bureau of Cannabis Control. So like even if you fuck up and grow above like the 0.3% THC limit, they'll let you like keep those seeds and like cross it into something that's more hemp and like try it out again. So like they're like not out to like fuck you over. They want everyone to be successful. Bollywood Bam, the guy from Coastal Seeds, he was a cannabis breeder and still is, but he got into hemp and he's sort of shared some of his experiences, and he just said they're so much cooler and easier to work with. And I'm like, that's fucking awesome. If I'm going to do it and do it legally in numbers, it'd be nice to have something easy to work with. And there's actually a big market for people that really love CBD or even like CBN, CBG, different terpene ratios. So with basically unlimited plant count, you could section off areas and do it a little bit differently than most people that are like growing it for fiber or fucking CBD extraction or terpene extraction purely. Like breeding it, I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. My buddy Vegan Doja, the guy who made the Velvet Punch F3s, he's done a lot of work in CBD. He actually has a registered hemp cultivar in California, so it's pretty cool.
Badass. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know about them being easier or not to grow. I would imagine they're more field ready varieties. You know what I'm saying? Where they're gonna, I don't know. They're probably not
different
indoors, is what I'm getting at. Most of them are probably outdoor varieties.
So there's like hemp, like I'll say like traditional hemp over here, where there's like the hemp for fiber, hemp for seed, in one category. But then there's like hemp over here, which is like just high CBD cannabis that has been bred really low in THC that looks like fucking dank buds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's been people that have made those efforts, and I see people growing it indoor. There's like a person in states that aren't legal to grow THC varieties. They grow pure 0.3 below, but high CBD and high terpene hemp, and they sell it for smokable flower, and it looks frosty as fuck. I'm like, damn, some of these buds look like as good or better than some of the shit that people are growing that has high THC. I wish I could remember the guy's name.
Huge market for CB, all the different like CBD, hemp bud, or CBG is another big market. There's one other too I can't think of, Jack. But
CBN.
if you designate, you get that segment. And in the overall market, that segment looks small. But in actuality, it's probably the size of Texas. You know what I'm saying? It's huge. So it's especially if you're aiming at the quality, like the beer, like the guys that do the craft beer, right? There's always going to be that market, and it's going to be more profitable, right? It's not going to have the volume, right? But what you make up, what you lose in volume, you gain in profitability. It's people. Dark Horse actually, when in that interview, he shed light on that strategy. You have the best, right? And people will pay for it. You know, I mean, I will. You know what I mean? So I do, in fact.
I like the idea of being able to just give away more medicine, because right now I'm just growing for myself and my wife, and I supply enough basically just for me or her. Like we could both smoke through my supply, and I could set up. I probably don't have enough space to set up large enough grow to supply both of us, but she works at a medical delivery service, and I have 3 buddies who grow locally that I get flour from, so I'm not like pressed to set up a larger grow. But where was I going with that? Fuck.
Bro.
Oh, we were talking about seed making, and like one of the things with the hemp was I would like to just be able to give away CBD like RSO as well, because I think it's good medicine, even though it's not the same. There'd be trace amounts of THC in there, as well as like full spectrum terpenes and other things like that. So if I'd have just a bunch more material, like right now, I couldn't be as generous with friends and other people in the community as I would like to be. It'd be nice to have a bunch of material, even if it is CBD, which a lot of people don't value as highly. There is definitely a huge community who does value it highly, especially when it's grown well and they know it's clean. There's no heavy metals. It's actually CBD. They're not like being lied to and told it's CBD and it's something else. And then I can mess around with CBN and other things like you were talking about.
One of the greatest things about what you're going to do is once it becomes federally legal, you just think, you know what I mean? It's just an easy addition to what you already learned how to do over the next few years. Right?
That's a great point.
Seriously. So
it's only a matter of time. And I mean, I think that a lot of these people that paid high dollar are going to be rudely awakened by when federal happens. And there's a bunch of people in Oregon and Oklahoma that are producing tons that are shipping them all around the US. And I think California is going to scramble a little bit with the legal market. We'll definitely have the name stake both across the US and internationally if and when we go international shipping. But we can't rely on that alone. I think people have to continue growing the fire, breeding the fire, making new shit happen. And I do still see a lot of great shit in California. I believe California is definitely still one of the hottest spots for cannabis in the whole world. But Michigan is up there. Oklahoma is killing it. Colorado's impressive. Oregon's impressive. I'm really proud of the fucking US for the cannabis that we've got going on as a country as a whole, because for a while we were so suppressed, and now we're almost like, it's like 90% of states have some sort of green friendly laws. Like there's like 5, 7 maybe states left that are red to cannabis.
Rocking and rolling. I think it's already happening though. You know, interstate exchange. I don't think that's anything new. And
I don't think I know
federal law to happen either. So
yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying like as far as like big business and on like the legal, like my wife gets a fucking direct deposit in her bank account, and she gets like taxes taken out, and it's like a real ass job, you know, like she's working in the cannabis industry legit now, which is nice. Like she'll have benefits, retirement type thing. So it's cool to see things come full circle, because we don't have to worry about like our door getting kicked in like a lot of people did for a long time, which is a shame. We're just like Eagle does. I really respect that about Eagle. You guys have a plant count in Michigan that is pretty respectable for your patients. If he stays within it and grows a little bit bigger plants and doesn't push his count, he can provide enough. And I think that's, if they're going to give you something that's like here they only say 6, but then if you push, you can get your medical 12, and then you can get a limits exemption, which is, some people say 99, but it's literally grows to the size of your needs. But yeah, I definitely recommend people, if you have laws that are decent, try and stay within them so you don't have to fuck with the police. That's one of the things we fought for so long, is to get them out of our hair.
Eagle, are you having problems with the internet over there?
Yeah, I stepped outside and I'm on a different network, and obviously it's not going to quite cooperate. Damn, it's hot as fuck in that grow room. It's fucking nice out here though. Nice and cool out here though. So I might have to just maybe turn off the video like you, Johnny. Hold on.
We got the natural crickets tonight.
Yeah.
The outdoor cricket in its natural habitat, not invading Eagle's grow room this time. It was funny as fuck how that cricket, if it wasn't at Eagle's house, it would travel for like a good month period of episodes where
Yeah.
it was like
Going to somebody else's house.
yep. Shit was funny. Because like Eagle would be clearly muted, and then you'd hear the person talking and just them talking, but then that fucking cricket would be going. You're like, damn, that is. It's definitely what it makes sense. I guess the season, it's that season, but it was funny.
That shit went on for months.
Yeah, it did.
There was some cartoon cricket. What was its name? Jiminy
Jiminy the
Jiminy.
Cricket.
Jiminy cricket.
Jiminy.
Jiminy the Cricket, man, from Pinocchio.
Yes,
Yeah.
there we go. And this little fucking stupid outfit. I think he had like a monocle or some shit. I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at any of that.
That's That's the fucking Pringles pretzel guy or whatever you're talking.
The peanut guy.
Peanut guy, yeah.
This is Velvet Punch, man. I'm telling you, it's I have probably about 100 bowls of it in a row. Not 100, but like.
That's
7,
where everybody
10,
thinks like the Monopoly guy has the monocle or not, you know?
Oh God, doesn't he?
No.
Or-
That's
in
the,
the Mandela
that's the
effect.
whole
He's
Mandela
got the bank. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got the banker's hat.
Boom got me real good with the fucking Kazam thing. Like, was
All right, real quick, what's your favorite character to pick or game piece to use on Monopoly? Everybody's got a
thimble.
favorite. The thimble? All right.
Oh, mine was always the shoe.
Okay.
Horse.
Bingus, no?
You're muted. Nope.
I don't really. I always mixed it up, to be honest.
Yeah. So,
really,
everybody fought over the car. I have brothers, and everybody wanted the car, so I was either the shoe or the top hat.
I was more interested in winning.
Wasn't there a dog? I think I was a dog too sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked the dog too. That was the other one that I liked. The shoe and the dog. You know.
I enjoyed the negotiation aspect of Monopoly.
Yeah.
Oh, I enjoyed it. Then when I took a psychology class, they used Monopoly in one segment of the class as a way to, I forget exactly what the name of the class was, but you could see the way that people's attitudes would change when they started to win, and how cutthroat they would get, and how the empathy and the compassion diminished. And it was just that's really one of the classes that got me interested in psychology in general. It was in high school, and I studied it. I still study it, but it's fucking true though, man. And so you watch Monopoly, play Monopoly, and they just determine who's going to be the asshole later in life, right?
So
Monopol's kind of geared that way, though. It's all capitalism, right?
I try to make as few trades as possible, so then you don't piss anybody off. And I just buy every single property I land on, and then eventually try and like get a Monopoly here and there. I'm not the best fucking player, but the one thing I will say is one time I went off-roading. I had a Jeep in high school, and me and my buddies would go fucking mudding when it would rain in a spot that it wasn't so legal. But in this neighborhood, there was like a roundabout, And then they had those little wooden posts so that you couldn't drive into like a power line area. And there was a wooden post that was just fucking wide enough of a gap that you could squeeze your car through there if you went real slow. And unfortunately, there was probably the main road of my city, probably 2 miles away, is the entrance. So somebody called the cops, and they started coming down straight at me down the power lines. So I start driving towards that little gap, and we're like covered in fucking mud, right? So, and it's a pretty recognizable car. It's a big Jeep. And I get back onto the road, and I'm fucking like speeding through side roads trying to get to my buddy's house. And I pull into his driveway. So we all hop out of the car and run inside, fucking just jump inside. And we hang out there, and we started playing Monopoly for like 3-4 hours, because it's a long ass game, right? So we see cop cars fucking circling around the neighborhood. My buddy's got like family coming over, leaving. Fucking the cops are looking at us. And finally, like, somebody else left, and we thought, we were all clear. And ultimately, hours and hours went by, and I think they gave up on this. And when we finally saw the coast was clear, drove straight to the fucking car wash, got that shit washed down, and went straight home. But yeah, Monopoly was nice to break the tension there, because I was sweating bullets, not trying to fucking get in trouble. I don't even know what the charge would have been, but I never want to fucking deal with Johnny Law. They're always gonna fuck you around.
People to have their car called in, something similar, or their vehicle reported, and they'll go and buy hand spray cans of paint, change the fucking color of the vehicle so it did no longer fit the description.
Oh, man.
Good old rattle can. Well, yeah.
Hey.
They're looking for a green Jeep, and I've got a black Jeep. It'd be tough to find, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Possible.
Yeah, you
was
put
funny when-
matte black on your Jeep before it was popular, right?
Imagine if you had a buddy who could wrap it real quick. You know, those fucking wraps? If they just had those vinyl, and you pull into a garage like Grand Theft Auto style, and they fucking wrap your car, and you lose your stars or whatever. The police are chasing you, and you fucking go in there, you get a whole different color, and you fucking drive out, and you're chilling.
That's like the James Bond shit. Wasn't that in James Bond where he had to wash off paint or something? It was like a red car.
Yeah.
He went through the car wash, came out as like a red car or whatever. That'd be sweet. Hopefully you're never in that
James
position.
Bond, I think he had a flip down license plate where they had a little rocket engine, or maybe that's Batman. I don't know. But I think James Bond had that in one of the movies. I could be wrong though. They're putting that in the fucking new Tesla Roadster. They're gonna
have a rocket powered Tesla.
They're gonna have a SpaceX Rocket 2 rocket thrusters in the back of the Tesla Roadster with the SpaceX package. They're saying 0 to 60 in 1 second flat.
Dude,
it's not out yet.
That's something Jay Leno would have for sure.
Yeah, it's like $200,000 or some crazy ass shit, but whatever, man. It's fucking crazy. They're faster than Bugattis that are 3.2 million, you know?
Oh, no doubt,
they're
man. The electric cars are
crazy.
cool, man. If you ever want to, if anybody's doubting it, just search them things at the drag strip. The Teslas at the drag strip are insane. They're running like 8-second fucking quarter miles and shit. They strip them down and it's crazy. They just blast out right out the box. They're just crushing. It's cool.
And they don't have to do shit. They just step on the pedal. It's just an accelerator. So like the driver doesn't have to be skilled. They literally, if it's tuned right, there's people that are tuning them like outside of Tesla, so they go faster than even stock.
Yeah.
And strip them down like Smiley saying, they take all the seats out, they take all the extra. So there's no extra weight, and they fucking go crazy on these quarter miles, and it's pretty impressive to see.
Yeah, there was one dude had a Tesla, and they were what was that? Dodge released some super horsepower, 700 horsepower Dodge that was out. Hellcat. Yeah. And this dude was like racing Hellcats with his Tesla and just smoking them, dude. Just smoking them. It was like 3 or 4 right in a row. He just like totally smoked them. So
it is crazy.
Yeah, it'll be a new thing. Like the Formula E cars and stuff. Some of their rules are, I think, limiting them in ways to where they can only have one set of tires, and there's certain times they stop the race and they like change out their battery, but they don't change out the battery. They switch cars, I think is what they do, but they have to like change the whole set of tires and stuff. But I think as that technology goes, if they ran those in shorter races and actually had them like super, just let them go nuts. And you know what I mean? Just, you get a battery, go nuts, make it as fast as you want and make a shorter race to where they could. I think, yeah, you'd see some real speed from those things.
Dude, the Formula E are crazy. For people who don't know, it's like the Formula One but electric version, and they're insane how fast some of those things are and agile around corners. But there's a company called Rimac, I'm probably mispronouncing it, RIMAC, and they just dropped an electric car that's going to do a quarter mile in like 8.2 stock. And it's like a little bit faster than the Tesla. Has a few different specs that are faster. 0 to 60 time is going to be faster than the new Model S. But it's a $2.4 million car, and they're only making 250 of them. And the Tesla that they're comparing it to, like, is going to be mass produced. And then the model that's coming out in a year or two, the Roadster, is actually going to be faster than that $2.4 million Rimac. And that Rimac is a subsidiary, I believe, of Porsche. I could be misremembering, but people are saying that they're going to use some of the Rimac technology on the next Taycan, because the Taycan is actually a pretty badass car. It's just super expensive, and most people, myself, can't afford it.
It's 420. Cheers, everybody.
Oh shit! Cheers. Let's do it, Dad. Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it yourself, or I'm out here, man. It's fucking too nice to go there, man. I'm digging it.
Hey, man,
How hot
enjoy
is it in that room? How hot is it in your room there, Eagle?
When I walked out, it was 87, 50% humidity. Too hot for the time.
How are your plants looking though? I bet they're loving it.
Well, there's a lot of wind going in there. I put a buttload of fucking fans in there. I watered everything really good. They're all right. Not necessarily peak, flower temperatures there, but it is what it is. 87's not, terrible. I wouldn't say it is terrible, but it's not great. But like I said, to put the air in, I had to move my whole filtration system, which is fucking damn near 6 feet tall, and to get to the window. And I may or may not even need it next week, like I was saying, back to the 50s in June. So, why? I figured I'll just
really?
tough it out. Yeah. That's average, Johnny.
That's crazy.
Why are you like in the dark, Eagle? It's like you're telling scary campfire stories.
I'm
He's outside.
Oh, outside.
No, the motion light shut off.
I missed that.
Scary. Okay.
Johnny, what you don't realize about Michigan and Ohio is like the temperature will get really fucking hot, and then it'll be like really cold randomly in the same week. Sometimes even it'll like change 20 or 30 degrees from like one day to the next.
Wow.
It's weird like that.
Well, we get 20 to 30 degree temperature changes at night around here. So I can understand that, but that's a lot. I just had one of my plants fall over.
I thought I heard something.
Yeah.
Oh, it was me. I was just going to say, it's kind of funny. I appear and disappear depending on who's on screen because it gets brighter and dimmer. Kind of funny.
Somebody, when I hit the Puffco when it was red, they're like, Jack looks like the devil or something. When I did a red, the one week, they're like, he looks evil. When I was like talking and then like I went back, I feel like it's definitely got a little bit of like a evil look to it. But yeah, about to dab some heavy cream.
It's like a laser coming out of your mouth if you position it properly at that dark background. It's like it's coming out instead of going in. You know what I mean?
I just figured you were a Republican. That's all.
I'm independent of any party, that is for sure. As Tao says, two wings of the same bird.
Yeah,
That's how I feel about it.
Oh man, this
I
poor
avoid
plant.
politics, religion.
We go to politics.
So, Smiley, do you have any suggestions for the wheel? I said aliens and edible stories.
I don't right offhand. I did actually. I was listening when I was driving home, and you guys were talking about it too, and I had one. Now I'm gonna have to dig into the memory banks there, see if I can pull it out.
Well, you could always put on there legal law,
Origin of Life. That's what I was gonna say.
origin of life.
Erwin?
Yeah.
All right, with that bong hit, my friends, I'm going to step out and get ready. I got to do a couple things in my garden before the lights go out. Thank you so much for letting me jabber on this great panel that you always have. Eagle, Jack, Smiley, Johnny, Eagle again. And the chat room, I got to say tonight especially, has been very fun to read. And I learned, I got a lot of good jokes, and I learned quite a bit in the chat room. So cheers to the chat, and y'all have a great take care.
Sorry, Vegas. Thank you.
Night, Vegas.
Cheers, Mingus. Always good to see you.
This headset mic's extra sensitive. Man, I had to turn on the motion light. Man, I heard some fucking six popping over there.
So when you said it was 87, that's outside or that's in? Still...
in his room.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's only 68, I think, out. Something to that effect.
I was actually, I was really happy because lately I switched out those air conditioners in the flower room. So now, like, my bedroom's the hot part. Like, when I walk in between the door between the two, I can actually feel the difference walking between them. So now I'm in the middle of rotating rounds. I'm going to actually take down the two metal halides that I got going and put up the LED ones that I got for my summertime. I had them in the winter, and then I had them up, but it wouldn't stay warm enough, and I was having to run a heater, so that's why I switched them back out. But I'll put them back up now, and hopefully that'll kind of chill that room down a touch. It'll take like 300 watts out of there. That should help something, you know.
I got a question about the heater thing, because
600 watts.
my family member who's about to start growing will be in a basement. They're going to be in a tent with an LED. And I imagine in the winter time that the basement will probably be in the colder range. And I'm thinking that they'll probably actually want to run a heater. And just something that'll get it up to 70s, mid 70s at least. So that way the plants don't start growing super slow and fucking unhappy.
Honestly, though, Jack, I think just from experience like that, I almost feel like people would be better off with a 315 watt ceramic metal halide. You know what I'm saying? Where you do get some heat from it, because like you said, in the mid 70s, I don't know. I mean, for these LEDs, it's like you almost want them to be at least upper 70s. You know,
yeah, high 70s, low 80s.
In the 80s, like it's crazy. Some of them.
It's not going to be your lights on temperature that's going to be a problem, because you can always, mitigate heat by opening or closing the door. I mean, if it's closed, you just leave that fucking door closed. It's going to be the heat problem issue is going to be lights out, I think. And as far as being in a basement, I've always used my tents, one to heat the other. You know what I mean? They kind of feed when lights are off and one. So, you know what I mean? That's how I've done it. That's all I'm saying.
His consumption is low enough that with just one 2x4 tent and 3 grows a year, it would more than supply his entire year's worth of use. So since it's his first grow, I'm just going to have him do one single tent, set up 4 plants, and keep it real simple for him, and start to get to learn how to grow. I want to eventually teach him at least how to like start seeds in a little like area, like a clone dome separately, so he could start them and like veg them for a few weeks in there, so he could get, instead of 3 runs a year, 4 or 3.5, whatever, but you could get maybe 4 runs a year in that one tent, and then work it and do a second tent where he could veg and do 5+, or at that point perpetual if he felt the need to. But to be honest, discreetness is of the highest regard, so just one tent. He actually took his My Herbs Now box, and around his exhaust fan he put the Herbs Now box, and then he put like pillows and like towels and blankets and shit, so that the vibrating of the fan, like you can't hear anything upstairs at all. Like you have to be like right next to the tent, because he has a silencer on the exit. So like my fan, just because it's near where I sleep, it was loud, so I got a silencer that it blows the exhaust through that and it just quiets it down. So I had him get one of those, but he also made that little box that goes around the loudest exhaust fan, and it's dead silent now. So it's pretty cool. He's made his little stealth box for the tent.
That's pretty cool.
The one thing I'll say is,
like that kind of creative. I like that creative thinking. That's what I was saying.
oh yeah, you got to be creative. Everybody's environment's a little different, and everybody's got different circumstances that they need to fulfill. And being discreet is highly a need for this individual. So I'm happy you could set something up that won't be detectable unless you're standing right there next to it, in which case he wants you to be there, you know. So it's also cool to see somebody do their first grow, whether it's a family member or a friend or whoever. It's like exciting to get people into cannabis and see their excitement, because if they've been using it for a long time, like many people have, and they've never grown before, it's just like cool to share that experience with them and sort of walk them through it a little bit, and set them up for success, and hopefully avoid a lot of the pitfalls many of us probably faced when we tried it out for ourselves for the first time.
Some of them are unavoidable though. You know what I'm saying? Like each space is like different, and it's
you can read as much as you want or be told as much as you want, but he's gonna inevitably fuck something up on his own that I wouldn't, and I wouldn't even know to tell him to avoid it, you know? So like he's gonna learn not to do stuff and to do certain things that I'll never come across. And it's that's the beauty of it, is we all learn together. I try to be humble and believe that like not my garden's not the only one that matters. I love seeing the 7,500 people that I follow on Instagram, where they have pest issues, and seeing them fix it and get better, or whether they're crushing it and fucking yielding 3+ per light. Like I like seeing both ends of the spectrum, because you can learn a lot from both. Like, what are these people doing to have that success? What are these people doing to attract certain pests or bring them into their garden? And like, how can we avoid those things, and how can we help those people avoid those things? Because honestly, it feels so rewarding to help the person who's struggling. The person who's killing it, they don't need our fucking help. But there's a lot of people out there that are just trying to do their own little thing, and it's cool to step up and be able to say like, hey, you know, if you do this or that, it might benefit you. And if you want, I could answer your questions. And if you ever have questions, just feel free to DM me. And I've done that with thousands of growers at this point. And I know it might sound like ridiculous to say, but like I've actually got the DMs to fucking prove it at this point.
You know, I was talking to Miranda Family Farms the other day, and he did that same thing for one of his friends. He convinced him to purchase the proper gear, everything he needed. He got himself a 4x4 tent, the right light, and he got some good genetics, and went ahead and was doing his thing, and he started, I think he was overwatering everything at first, and then all of a sudden he stopped, and it was like underwater. So he went from one extreme to the other. And so he was able to, with Miranda's help, he was able to get his things figured out, and he came up with a really good crop, which turned out really nice. They were purple buds, super frosty, and he's in an area where a lot of his friends around him grow. So the neighborhood people that knew about his struggles and everything, they were all patting him on the back. It was kind of like the community here, and they were all happy he made that through. You know. made it through his issues and succeeded with a positive and a really good amount that he got to, which was good.
That first grow, the sense of accomplishment is so huge because you bought all of the equipment, you gathered up all of the genetics, whatever it was, soil, hydroponic, nutrients, whatever you're using, lights, air, fans, all that shit. You got it all together, you built it, you set up your space. Like everybody fucks up at least something. So we all went through a trial and tribulation on our first run. So when you finally get to that harvest and you finally get to dry it and cure it and like smoke it for the first time, it's like there's like fewer, more triumphant feelings in the world. Like it's just like I get so happy even thinking about it right now. It's just like every harvest is a enjoyable experience in its own way, but that first one is just like the creme, you know. Even if it's not like a great, it could look like shit, but you're just so fucking excited to smoke it because you're like, god damn, I did this myself and I know I could improve this and that, and on the next one I'm gonna do even fucking better. And some people
I actually grew this. Yeah, it's like, dang, I actually grew this. It's just so exciting. Yeah, I love it.
Dude, Johnny, you're crazy hazy and what's the other one that I've tried? I sent you the review of the one. They're pretty good stuff, man. I'm enjoying it so far.
Puckerberry Knockout. The
Yeah,
Puckerberry Knockout.
PBK.
Yeah, that's a sweet one. That's a sweet one. That really is a nice one.
You should keep that one around. I like that one more of those two.
Yeah, definitely. Those are in my garden. On the same one is cloned out. I got 4 of them coming through right now of the Puckerberry Knockout, as well as my Crazy Hazy. It's got a very earthy flavor, doesn't it?
You know what's funny is the things that I picked up, I wrote like herbal, and then I was trying to figure out what it is. When I inhaled it and smoked it, it's like lemon balm and like earthy and like a little bit of cheese notes. So it's some good stuff. Definitely very, very, very subtle citrus, but like earthy herbal notes to it. It's definitely, I feel like it's a haze hybrid for sure because it's uplifting, but it's not like, for me at least, it's not crazy racy. It's just like a nice pick me up, uplifting, good mood, kind of scatterbrained smoke, but I enjoy it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely like that.
I got 2 more. One of them's a CBD one.
Oh yeah, that's the Cocoberry Jones from Bud White Genetics. You'll like that one. Or well, I hope you do.
I typically don't love CBD, but you know what? I'm gonna try it and I'll give you my honest feedback.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, it's got a very nice flavor to it. Everything about it is really good. I actually gave a clone to one of my neighbors up the road, and I stopped by there a couple days back to see how things were going with it. And that thing is it's a good 2.5, 3 feet tall, and she's had it in a window.
Wow.
So that's pretty cool, you know. And she asked me how do I put it in the flower? I said, you got to get it 12-12, and repot it before you do it. I told her because it's going to be root bound. So
I just want to give a tip for anybody who allegedly might be having a birdie deliver samples in the mail. If you grow chronic, like someone like our friend Johnny, make sure you do more than 1 vacuum seal. I recommend 3 vacuum seals for flower if you want it to land safely with your little birdie. I pulled a package out of my mail, allegedly, and I stuck it under my arm because it was like a bubble mailer, and I was walking it back to my house, and I was like, I think I smell this. And I get home, and I fucking cut it open, and I knew who it was from and how it was written, and I knew exactly what it was, but I really didn't expect to smell it, to be honest, because I was like, if I smell it, how the fuck was it delivered? Like, how did they not smell it, you know? But thankfully, the eagle landed safely, and these are the 2 remaining. I got some Cocoberry Jones is the CBD, and then I've got the Gone Dog Mimosa. I haven't tried that one yet. Yeah. So these are the 2. They're still
the Gone Dog Mimosa. That one there is from Evolved Genetics. He's all 420. He's out in Denmark right now.
That's what
Or
I'm going to say
Amsterdam.
for the daytime tomorrow.
Amsterdam. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tasty, very good hit. Right.
I love writing up the little reviews. Fucking, I give like a potency, bag appeal, flavor, and aroma. I think those are the 4 categories, and then I give an average out of 10. So I try to give people an honest feedback whenever I get a generous sample like that.
Johnny's trying to make the next purple, the 50 Shades of Purple.
There's no purple in mine.
Oh,
There's no purple in mine. So
Hey, 50 Strains Greener will be maybe next year or the year after, but 50 Strains Purple is the next one for sure.
That's funny.
I will have to have smoked it or grown it, so that would be a way to get in there, is if you fucking get a sample to me and you have some fire photos, and you could even be featured with your photos.
Yeah.
So
Jack's encouraging the samples.
not even the samples, but the community photos. If you want to be featured in the book and you have a fire strain, and I've tried it before, and you've grown it, I'd be happy to use community source photos. I'd like to use as many of my own as I can, and collaborate with the breeders when possible. And I always cited every single one that I used. So I want to give the credit to the people who shot the photo and push the people to buy those seeds from those breeders, because there's a lot of knockoffs these days. And I took the time to find who I believe is the original, so people can feel comfortable to support. It's like when you go to build a soil and he sources his materials a certain way. Like, yeah, you pay a little bit more for it, but you know you're not going to get heavy metals in your gypsum. Like, so Jeremy went through the process of sourcing good stuff, so you can trust for the most part. Not to say like you should just like blindly follow build a soil, but I think they do have good products at a fair price and source them well. And like, not to say that I'm a perfect vetted source, but I think that people can trust that if you go through 50 Strains of Green, you'll find some breeders that make some really killer shit. And there's a reason that they were featured in there. And many of them still produce seed. So cheers to those people doing that good work.
I know.
So Smiley, how you been, man?
Been good.
How's it going? Good to see you back up.
In transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, metamorphosizing right now, but it'll be a butterfly again. It'll be a butterfly again.
She's got to be happier now with the AC.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's just I had all these overgrown plants, and then like I moved them. Like I moved the ones into flower, and they were smaller than me, bending them over, and like just it worked out. I got them all in there. They're all caged up. So I won the wrestling. Now we'll see.
Getting the old eagle treatment, bend them over, slap them a little bit, put them in position, there go. Good.
Yeah, it's
Caged them up.
It's kind of a technique that I've only been able to get. So when they're over tall like that, there's no fucking way you're going to spread them out underneath like I've tried. You just snap branches left and right. So I go right to the base of the stem where it meets the soil. And I just take 2 hands along that, and I can get them to lay right over at a 45-degree angle. And then, you know what I mean? So they're low enough to get under the scrog, and then I'll basically set the scrog over the top of them, and then I can feed the branches up through and position them in a better way than what I could trying to. So that's like
plants fall over all the time. Like in my garden just now, I walked in there and I saw a plant laying over on its side up against the wall, and the plant was literally like this, reaching for the light, and it was on its side, and it was, it'd been like that for a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. They'll reach for the light.
Will you call me the plant whisperer if I come to your garden and bend over all your ladies without snapping them?
The plant whisperer.
No, I really don't have I mean, they'll snap a couple roots, I guess, as you're leaning them over. You can hear a couple pop snap going on. It's not the best thing for them, but whatever.
I'll say this: when you over veg a little bit like that and you throw them in a little late, if you are able to like finagle them where you can bend them to fit in your space, they always seem to yield just fine because they have such a nice root mass already. They will usually stretch a little more than you're hoping for, so it's kind of fucking a mess to deal with while they're going ape shit. But they always yield real well if you just let them ride, in my experience. So I think you'll end up being fine. It might not look as pretty in some occasions, but I bet you'll get as much as you normally do, if not more.
Yeah, no, and I look at it too. It gives me options. So like when I'm doing that, trying to feed it through the scrog, because I don't scrog until I flip. You know what I mean? So it gives me the option to try to have extra branches, I guess, that I can feed through different spots, and then if I don't need them or they're doubled up, I can cut them back if I need to. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of the branches when I go through my lollipop, I'm going to take a lot of material off the plant too, because now I've got them shaped to the scrog. I'm going to take all the obvious stuff that's not going to be hitting the scrub, especially when I lay it over on the side like that. That's the one downfall of that. Is basically vegged. You vegged a plant that's like a bush, so to speak. So it's, you know what I mean? And then if you take that bush and you lay it on its side, like all the bottom branches, a majority of them you can get it if you can get them flexible and bend them up through the scrog. But I mean, a lot of those on that bottom side you're cutting off. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's the one downfall of that is you're relying more on side branching. So like if you've trimmed
You do a lot of delimbing that way.
plant, like in veg, if you've lollipopped that plant all the way up, it's not going to be a great technique for you, because now that you've laid it on its side, still all your tops are going to be in the one area, where if you've allowed some of them side branchings to come up, you're not putting all your tops in the one area. You can have some of them side branches fill the spot where it's, you know what I mean, bent over from where it's right above the pot still. So I don't know.
That's a good point. I think sometimes it's nice to leave those branches so you have the options. And when you do kink it to that angle, you're basically going to have to cut some of those good branches off unless you are able to leave them up to the scrog. I love that period of the stretch where it's like, what's going to make it to the peak level of the canopy that's usable and what's not. And then you can, like, after a certain point, you just know. It's like all this shit needs to go. Like, I'm clearing all this shit out because it's not ever going to make it.
Yeah.
It's like the buds are just like wispy, popcorny. I'm like, I'm not going to want to trim that. The fucking stem is like a toothpick. Like, I'm cutting that thing off. Like, it's not going to support shit. So there's a great point where you know for sure in the transition. But when you cut those things, it's nice when you do what you're talking about and turn it on its side and you have a good portion, that lower portion that wouldn't, they're good branches because it was growing vertically like you're talking about, but now you turn it over, all that stuff that's not getting good light or good airflow, those make a great next round of clones typically, you know, so it doesn't necessarily go to waste, I guess. That's like the one way to recycle. And even if you don't grow them, fucking gift them. Take a bunch of clones and hand them out to everybody. I just give people clones and shit all the time. Plants, seeds that didn't make the cut for me, but I vegged them and kept them alive for a little while. Like, you can grow this. I gave so many, my barber, just a bunch of plants. Like, I didn't want this one, but it's a female. You want it? Sure. I'll throw it outside at his place. And it's cool to see it sun-grown version versus like the indoor version too. So it's always fun to hand out plants to people.
Well, and Eagles made the point too, where like even allowing those lower branches, if you got a real stretchy one, like let those lower ones stay because they're effectively taking some of that stretch. You know what I'm saying? So I mean that's
totally... they're reducing by eating up some of the nutrients. That's not going to stretch as much. That makes sense.
And if you're always keeping the bottoms cleaned, you're encouraging that plant to stretch and reach more. You're training that into it by keeping the bottoms all cleaned up. So
I made that mistake with Blue Dream. I was lollipopping it as it was stretching, and it just kept stretching worse and worse and worse. And I grew it way up into the fucking lights. And I was like, oh man, this shit got out of control. I should have let those suckers waste a bunch of that energy and only stretch to a point, and then it would have stopped. But I was fucking worrying because I'm like, oh, it just keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going. I was bending it. I put that thing through like 4 trellis nets. Like, fucking first layer, it just blew through it. Second one, third one, fourth one. I'd cut it down, put another one up, and there was no stopping this fucker. It was like Eagles OGOGO. where he said you put it in there at like 6 inches and it's 7 feet. Some plants just want to fucking go crazy, and I wasn't helping it at all by running it in a hot room with pruning it like that.
That was insane in the membrane.
Oh, insane in the membrane.
That was insane in the membrane. And just for fucking funsies' sake, and I can laugh at myself. I can tell you that much right now. If you would rewind this back like fucking 3 minutes ago, when the fucking looked like my camera about got thrown across the room, it's fucking, man, I've been sitting here in the fucking dark with these earbuds in, and I could fucking hear like in the woods like snapping and shit. And I didn't fucking realize. Now I can hear a fucking bat, but fucking fucking a few minutes ago I didn't realize my fucking dog fucking come out with me and shit. And I'm sitting here and I could hear something through you guys talking, like, and it was just getting faster and faster and faster, and it's fucking pitch dark out here, man. Don't let the light from the phone fucking fool you. That blackness behind me is what fucking it's like out here. I fucking about come up and lick my fucking foot, man. I was trying to fucking see what the fuck was coming at me. I'm glad the mic wasn't on, because I was like, what the fuck? I just thought you guys might enjoy the behind the scenes there. Then after he did that, I had fucking Mothra fucking flying around me and shit. It was like, all right, I got to turn on.
That's too funny.
Yeah, those damn ankle lickers, man.
We still need the bobcat, the mountain lion. You got a top twisted mountain lion.
Right.
Need
That
like
was wild.
A moose to walk behind you or something right now. There you go. Oh, you're muted. Oh shit! What did I do?
There we go. Fucking deer wouldn't be uncommon. There's bear and shit up around me. You know, that wouldn't be fucking, like I was saying the other day, man, the other side of the lake, I pulled into this house and it was like city-ish. It's close as city-ish kids around here. There's fucking fox right there, fucking like, hey, nothing, man, like staring me down and shit. Like, what? I'm like, really? Right here in the fucking city, huh? Oh,
That's
shit. Cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. He was scraggly, though. He looked like a fucking city fox. He looked like a city fox. He didn't look like one of the ones you see in the woods, all nice and red and shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
He didn't look like he was eating garbage.
Yeah. I always like seeing a fox. It's cool, man. In the wild.
Confuse that fox for an alley cat.
Suppose if you had chickens, you wouldn't want to see the fox too much, but I don't know. I enjoy nature, man, and I don't know, like all the different animals. I think are cool. I've never been a big into hunting. I did, shot plenty of guns in my life, but I've never like really like shot a deer. But I like getting out in the woods and watching them. I mean, I don't know. They're majestic. It's really cool.
Yeah, the only shooting I like to do is with a camera.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not saying that I'm against it. I know there's reason to hunt and all that. It's just whatever. Yeah, I enjoy seeing them. They're cool.
Now the dog's actually
out of
something. Smiley, I didn't mean to cut you off, Johnny. When I first moved up here, man, I used to fucking come out in the fucking yard. It's the middle of fucking nowhere. You know what I mean? It's a lot fucking easier to step outside and take a quick piss. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. It's fucking country, whatever. But man, I fucking quit. I quit, man, fucking because without flipping on the light, because I come out here one time, man. I had a buck about fucking face to face with me one night. Fucking chased me right in the garage, man. Fucking, I shit you not, man. I'm like, started doing my business and I hear, and I could actually fucking feel the breath and shit. And I shit you not, I just backstepped, just like, slam, slam. And fucking, by the time I turned on the light, he was, whatever it was gone. 2 nights of that shit. I finally caught it. It was a big old buck. And I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not out in the yard in the middle of the night.
And them bucks are no joke. They can mess up a day. I'm telling you. A friend of mine was driving down the road. One of them jumped across it, literally went right through the windshield.
If it can total your car, imagine what it can do to a person. Definitely got to be careful with fucking bucks and deer in general out there in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one time I was in Easton, Pennsylvania, and I'm driving up the main freeway, and it's 4 lanes either way. And as I was coming up around, it was a bend. It came around a bend, and it was an S curve kind of like thing, and it was very wooded on one side of it, and a huge buck bounced up over the thing, ran probably did 2 steps, 2 hops, and then it jumped over the center divider, and all I heard was crash, bang, fur flew up, and I was like, oh shit, doesn't look like he made it. He landed right into traffic, and it was traffic was flowing. So, you know, I'll tell you what, man, those deers, they can really mess up a day. I'm telling you. Good eating though.
The moose up in like Alaska and probably in Canada, northern Canada areas too, that's really dangerous on the roads. Because that's, I mean, you're talking about a deer that's a few 100 pounds, and moose are like a few 1,000 pounds.
Thousands. Yeah.
You don't realize how big of an animal that is until you're by them. It's unreal. They're super massive, man. It's crazy. But that was one thing I didn't expect when we were in Alaska as visiting, was like the fencing they put along the highways because of that. Because it's such a danger for highway traffic to have, you know, I mean, these massive creatures walk across. I mean, they'll take out a semi, dude. They're big, man. They're not, the semi ain't gonna hit one and keep going. It could probably hit a deer and keep going. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't.
Yeah, you don't fuck around with moose.
No.
That said, boys, I gotta go. I'm fucking tired as hell. Gonna go lay down. Eagle, Smiley, Johnny, thank you for the samples.
All right.
Everybody,
Yes.
Shirt, Eagle, and just general positivity from the community. It's great seeing everybody. It's been a great Cannabis Sunday as always, chilling with everybody and all the shows and all that good stuff. But peace and love, everybody. Catch y'all on the next one.
Go, Jay.
Night, Jay.
Later, Jack.
But yeah, that was something that surprised me. And then they had it posted like how many days since somebody hit a moose or some shit like that too. But yeah, there's a lot of extent they go to keep them off the road. Pretty interesting.
Smiling. I didn't. Just north of here, they got a big highway sign that has like fucking terrible like nighttime stats. It's like, why do you do that? I mean, at night, so many people die at night up here. Be careful. It's like, yeah, I bet. And a lot of it up here, man, as you come north, you know, you'll see 20, 30 fucking deer on the edge of the highway as you come up here. And a lot of it is like recreational people coming up now in their side-by-sides, trailing and shit, like pushing them out of the woods and shit. They're more active nowadays because of that shit, especially around me. That's why I see a lot of that, you know, this time of year. I wouldn't even think about riding a bike up here at night because of that shit. Because, man, as soon as nightfall hits, man, the side-by-sides hit the fucking woods. All you can see is them reflective fucking whips, some LED whips and shit. You can even see it along the highway as you come up, man. It looks like, what the fuck is going on? It almost looks like a fucking carnival going on in the fucking woods. These side-by-sides with the whips and LEDs, man. It throws wildlife off, man.
Yeah, I never thought of that. They're blasting through the woods. So they run all night. They'll just, or is there like curfew for that? For trails and shit.
Oh no. Between the fucking side by side and the fucking hunters, man, they run dogs up here fucking quite a bit too. run dogs at night and shit, hunting coyotes and shit like that. And the fucking, the other people come up and recreational ride through the woods all night long, fucking partying and shit. So that's when I kind of talk about the weekenders. That's what I talk about, man. It's got its own damage here, man. It really does.
No, I could see
Not
that.
only in the sports, but in the neighborhoods as well, man. They come through. I'm not even a neighborhood, but they'll come through here in 5 and 6. You'd think it was a little race, man. And fucking just tearing up the road. You're like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I get a little pissy about it, man. Especially right now. As dry as it is, man, it kicks up shitloads of dust, man. Coming up and down the road, them things, you can't even open your windows at some points.
That's what it's like around here in the desert, man. I got a lot of dust around here. We get any kind of a rain, we get a forefront of dust ahead of it. So it's really kind of crazy. When you were talking about the moose there, have you ever seen a bull elk? Those suckers, the bull elks, man, those suckers are just about as big as a moose. I mean,
they're good size.
They got,
there's big as a cow or something, but I don't know, man. The moose are just so massive, dude.
They're huge. Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah.
They're like the prehistoric looking kind of.
No, I think they're just it's cool because they're so gigantic, but they're just like gentle. You know what I mean? If you watch them, they're just gentle. They're just, I don't know. They're smart, I think. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't know. I like it. I have a lot of respect for creation. It's cool all the different things, and I don't know.
I think you're right there, man. So many different find new animals they thought was dead, long time, extinct, and they're finding stuff like that in the ocean and different places. They're finding thousands and thousands a year of new animals. Just wait till they start exploring Antarctica and finding shit down there.
Well, like the rainforest too. That's the thing about destroying that is like we don't even know the animals or the ecosystems that we've destroyed there. You know what I mean? It's like we just trample things.
Exactly.
No idea what they even are. Like I don't know. That's what's mind bending about some of that stuff is just the way that we
steam fucking oil baron peoples. They want to go down there, the gold and the oil, and they're just raping the lands. Yeah. Heck, back in the day when the way they used to do mining was they'd hydro mine, where they'd get like a large power hose, stuff it into the river, and then they just wash the bank away. Hose it away, just wash it away.
Oh, it's efficient.
it was very efficient, but it just destroyed shit, and it left it just barren of nutrients. Shit.
Well, and it's not to say that we don't need these things too. Like I mean, we do. We have to mine, and I get all that. Like there's things, but yeah. It's tough to say always because like at the end of the day, the bottom line is it's going to cost everybody more money to do something the right way. So like there's always that incentive to try to like cut a corner or cut, you know what I mean? Like Ego was saying with the houses, you do it cheaper here or there, and you know what I mean? And it's that way. It's shitty, but it is that way.
Yeah. Heck, have you heard about all the earthquakes going on lately?
I haven't. What's up with that?
On the subduction zone out in front of Oregon, Washington, right out there, like the Astoria kind of area, there was a huge quake out there.
Oh, wow.
And then along the San Andreas Fault down in California, they've been having swarm earthquakes that are happening in an area that is kind of strange. It's down where there's like some kind of a sea, the Salton Sea, or I forget what it's called. There's a little place down there it's close to kind of Mexico and stuff like that. I forget what it's called, but there's an area down there that has a lot of activity going on, and that's San Andreas Fault. It's pinging off like crazy right now.
Yeah, that stuff's interesting too. I hope everybody's doing all right out there, though. Earthquakes
Yeah.
are scary too, man.
Yes, they are. They're exciting. Rocking and rolling. I've been through quite a few of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've had a few. Like Michigan has them every so often, but they're really mild. You know what I mean? They're not anything knocking buildings down or whatever. Like California has for sure.
Well, it was like a 4 not so long ago. Didn't we get like a 4 about 4 or 5 years ago, something like that? It actually measured a 4.
Something like
I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
that's not huge, but for Michigan, it's fucking huge.
Yeah.
But it'd be scary to live through like a West Coast fucking earthquake. Shit, like that'd be fucking nuts.
Dude, I remember it was probably in the late 80s, early 90s when that one hit in California and dropped the double-decker bridges fell on top of each other and all that. It was
Yeah, that was like 87, 89, right in there.
something like that. I remember as a kid.
Yeah.
But,
And then they had a Burbank one like around 94.
yeah, it was wild.
Which was pretty crazy. Yeah. I was there for both of those down in California. Yeah. It was fun. I liked it. I mean, I didn't like the rock and roll on the outer skirts of it. If you're in the middle of something like that, that's scary as shit. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. You got buildings dropping next to your,
you're in a 20-story building up on that. Fuck that. I wouldn't want to be
a double-decker freeway pancaking on the one down below it. It's like, man, there's some shit going on with that stuff. But I remember I was on my way to work and I was driving in my Baja Volkswagen, all beefed up, tires and shit on it. And I'm sitting there waiting to turn left, and my car started just rocking and rolling. And I'm thinking, holy cow, man, the turbulence because there was semis going either side of me. And I was thinking, man, there's a lot of wind turbulence today with the trucks, I pull up, roll up to the side of my my work there, and everybody's outside and they're pointing at things and and having a discussion and I said, hey, what's going on? And they said, do you feel that earthquake? And I said, oh, that explains what was going on with my car. Because it didn't even register to me at that time. But
yeah,
it's amazing. I've seen closet doors going back and forth in its track, slamming up against the wall and on either side. It's amazing. Laying in your bed and it's rocking and rolling, and you're just hoping that the place don't fall apart.
that'd be the scariest part. Shit falling
Yeah.
on top of you.
Yeah.
But as far as you were saying there, Smiley, about being in some of the taller buildings, man, building codes and designs have come a long fucking way. You would be surprised what them buildings can endure before they'll actually come down these days. Bridges and shit like that are crazy well designed. And some of them older buildings there are now wrapped with like a plastic. You know what I mean? To help kind of hold things together. And even if they do kind of come apart, the brick and shit's kind of contained within the wrap of the building there, basically. So, I mean, they put more thought into it. That was kind of not to jump right down the conspiracy rabbit hole again, but That was part of the beef with the fucking building, the towers coming down. They were well designed to take well more than that. You know what I mean? And even today, a high rise today can sway 3 to 5 feet in some, 100 feet up and shit like that. That's crazy. 10
That's
stories up, not feel it. They're pretty well designed. Take a lot of that shit, but only to a point. Come on, the ground disappears underneath it. So, Johnny, I was going to ask you this. You kind of keep track of what the solar and the sun's doing. How much impact do you think that what's going on with the sun directly has to do with like earthquakes and shit?
I believe that it has a direct. Yes, I believe that there is a direct thing involved to it, because when we have a planetary shock wave that comes through and is literally felt on the opposite side, the dark side of the earth, it's registering over there. You got to understand that kind of shit is affecting the earth. And when they have CMEs and solar flares that are coming at us, that's full on energy. And our planet is wrapped with a magnetic kind of shield that goes around it that protects us from this stuff. But at the same time, while it's hitting those magnetic fields, you got solar winds hitting it, you got radiation hitting it, and at certain tilts of the planet and certain times of the year, it'll have more access to come in through the point where the terminals, the north and south pole. So it definitely has a big effect upon it. As a matter of fact, when we had a major CME that hit just not too long ago, it actually caused some volcanic action. There was some volcanoes that literally erupted, and they were right in the same path, right where that energy was directed from the sun. So it's a fact. It's becoming more and more known. So I mean, I'm always watching that shit, because we are definitely being affected by outside bodies in our solar system at this moment. Our sun's coming into a solar maximum right now, so we're going to have a whole lot more solar flares, CMEs coming at us, and they are going to get stronger. And I think the last time we had something like this happen, it was, I don't know, 11 and some odd years back, where we had some pretty strong stuff coming at us. But it's just like our planet. Every 11,500 years, we go through a cyclonic change, which will possibly cause polar shifts and frozen ice caps to change.
What's up, Stoney? How you doing, man?
You're muted,
You're
brother.
muted, brother. We want to hear you. You're still muted. Yo,
You're still muted.
yo, Stoney, you're muted.
Sorry.
We want to hear
Hey.
what you're saying, dog.
I'm a stoner, man. I love being able to use that and have you understand. How you guys doing?
We've all fell down that road. Yes, indeed. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too. I just heard you guys talking about building stuff and buildings, and I'm like, shit, man, that's what I do. I just got done doing a 101-story building downtown Chicago.
Holy shit. That's a big fucking building.
Yeah,
That's a building.
It's the third. It's now the third largest, I guess, down there.
You guys literally built the building.
Yeah, I'm an electrician. I mean, I put all the electric in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool, man. I've seen quite a few buildings going up around here lately, and there's a lot to it, man.
Oh
There's a
yeah,
lot to it.
yeah, it's pretty cool. Get lost in there real easy. Took me like a year before I can, and even till still then, I'd still get lost in some of that building. It's just massive. A lot of shit goes into them, I'll tell you that. So this building has a, it has what they call a blowout floor on it. So the 83rd floor is nothing. It's all open. It's got support beams around the outside, but that's it. So the wind could blow through it. So it's basically right on the lake and the river. And then inside the building, they have these two massive water tanks. And I forget how many hundreds of thousands of gallons of water in it. But it's two tanks, and it's divided by a lower wall. So there'll be water on one side. And when the building, if it shifts too much one way, the water will fill up and balance itself back out. From,
oh my gosh, it's got a ballast just like a ship does. That's amazing.
That's fucking
wow.
I did another
That is
building down
deep.
there. I tell you what, yeah, I did another building, this was even cooler. It's a 70-story building. It's the Park Hyatt Hotel. Okay, it's right basically in front of the old water tower that they saved from, when the city burned down or whatever. It's always the iconic thing. It's like a little mini castle. So they have up in the very top of that thing, they have a massive weight. And I forget how many tons it weighs. And it's hanging from these giant cables. And there's these big shock absorbers. So this thing rocks back and forth. When the wind blows that building, this thing rocks back and forth. There's only, I guess, 3 buildings in the world that have this pendulum weighting thing. At the time, there was only 3. But just to go up there and see how massive this thing is, and then knowing this is right above your head. Like if this thing snapped loose, it's goodbye. That building come right down.
Oh man, it would just go boom, 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 boom through the floor. It's just taking everything out.
Oh, it'd take everything out, man. I mean, it would probably get so far and it would probably stop. Honestly, I sit there and I listen to everyone talk about Twin Towers and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, those planes did not knock that building down. Those buildings don't fall down like that. If they do get smacked in the side, they're going to come down like a tree would.
Yeah.
They don't drop down inside. That stuff is actually made so if it does drop inside, the support will keep it from going further. You understand? It's not designed to go down and just keep going down. That you need to be blowing off explosives and take out the supports all the way down. These buildings are built. I do them.
Yeah.
I'm on them from start to finish.
Since you're a building guy, have you heard about that building in China that is tilted? It's am I messing up here again or what?
Yeah,
am I going robotic?
Yeah. But no, I'm not on current events, Johnny. I'll be honest with you. I watch zero TV. I watch you guys and a couple of other select shows, and that's about it. I really don't listen to radio.
I just hear about weird shit, I
get my info from you guys. You're my news. So you guys talk about shit that's going on in the world, and I listen to what's going on. Okay. I go by what gas prices are and, shit like that.
So what would cause a building to all of a sudden do a tilt? The whole building
to move?
Just kind of go from straight and just stay there like that.
Oh, well, that's the actual lower support in the ground
is giving way.
Wasn't stable, and it lost, and so it just tilted down like that. That's all I could come up with. I mean,
that's some weird stuff, man. I'm telling you.
They drive.
How much sway?
They drive
How
metal.
Much sway or flex? I'm sorry. I must be off a little bit. How much sway or flex does that building have? So, I mean, if you're standing on top of that building,
those things don't move a foot. Those things will go easily a foot or two and come back. I've been in the Sears. well, it's now, I forget what the hell they call it. I call it the Sears Towers still. I can't come to bring myself to call it the other thing. So anyways, I've worked up there where I was like on 100 and something floor, and you, on a very windy day, and I mean, the whole ceilings are going, I mean, the building, and you feel it swaying too. You're up there and you're just, it's weird. You get used to it, you know. I'm not
Yeah, you gotta have a border on your desk so your shit doesn't roll off, right?
In some cases, yeah, man. I was working on a ladder at one time, and that building really moved good. I was like, whoa, man, you know, because you almost like sometimes how you just kind of lose your balance, or you feel like you might, and you're just like, whoa, shit. It almost feels like that, you know, but I'm like, man, that wasn't me. You know, I know it wasn't like coming from me getting kind of weird. It was the actual fucking building moving. I mean, but like I said, you could hear those drop ceilings. And nothing like the walls, and all the walls and the ceilings are floated. So the ceilings are floating. There's actually gaps, you know, around the walls and ceiling. The ceiling doesn't attach to the walls. Otherwise, they'd have cracked. It'd be cracked. And, yeah.
That's crazy too.
It's
No
interesting.
caulking involved in those corners.
No. No, you get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
But it's weird, you know. Buildings go up faster and faster every year. I'm amazed, really, to be quite honest. I mean, before a 40-story building would take you 3 years, you know. Now it's like, fuck, 1 year, it's up.
Crazy too.
It's weird. And with the codes,
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah,
It is a 20.
Oh, it is time.
It is a 20.
It is a 20.
All right.
Load me up.
Shit.
I need to go get me something different. Right back.
Where are those crickets when you need them?
Yeah. Huckleberry knockouts.
I'm taking clones of my jalopy and flower. At least a couple of them. I got a couple of them that are pretty tall. I don't think I can hold them back too much longer. Well,
sorry, I'll try to catch it.
Well, I could, but then I'd have to go snapping them in half, like and you say it's bad.
Are you giving Smiley a hard time?
Sometimes. It's just because I love him. Some big girl.
I love that.
There. It's a bitch just in that thing. There you go.
A transplant.
Big girl. Huh?
I gave the Jackson Skillingtons a little up pot too, but nothing like that.
The ones down there on the floor, you go. Is that them? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look nice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'd be like way ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, your
Smiley
arm was
like,
over
yeah,
when I.
what the fuck are you feeding them things? It definitely ain't organic shit. Damn. No.
Steroids.
Let's see, right there. Bam.
Away.
I'm out of jump.
No. They're gonna grow way
These
fast.
two over here are gonna go fucking first. They're good 6 inches. Well, that one in the back corner there is probably 6 inches above this average. That one's about 4. So I'm gonna take some clones of these two and flower them, and these girls I can hang back for a minute. I'm gonna give them that heavy D leaf like I like to do. You know, everywhere there's a branch, knock that one off.
Push them out a little more.
Shit down. Yeah, yeah. But looking good, man. I can't wait. Definitely gonna be some pines in there for sure. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked.
Looks good.
Finally, I'm liking that technique that where you pinch off the top little leaves. You know, the ones that are the large. I'm using that, and I'm getting some different growth out of my plants that I'm not used to.
Yeah.
It's side branching out much better.
What are you
And
taking off?
On the very top, go ahead and explain it, Smiley, how you do that.
Oh, just like any of the top, like the highest part of the plant, you just remove the top 4 leaves. So
What is that going to do for you?
instead of cutting it like most people take they'll top the plant there. Instead of that, you're never actually removing the meristem. You're just removing the big foliage around it. So you just leave the little leaf that's just barely growing out of the tip or whatever. It'll stunt the growth of that, but all the other side branching will still grow. So you have a similar effect to topping it, basically.
Okay.
With less stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, with less stress of because I mean when you're topping it, you're you're stressing it hard to top it. So I'm liking it. It's producing some.
Well, there's definitely some stress involved there. It will probably stand back probably 3 to 5 days. I think that's about the stuff that I've noticed. That before you really start to see it puff back out. But the difference between that and the topping is if you top it, you only come on. Gonna ultimately come out with 2, 4. You know what I mean? You have top. Where in this process, you're doing no topping, and you're gonna fucking push out that bottom. You're gonna have many tops, which you could ultimately, at that point, top and double up if you wanted to, but you're creating a bush before you even bringing on that.
I think there's another effect from it too that I've noticed, Eagle, where it almost like tightens up the internodal structure of that the top branch or whatever, that stem. You'll like it almost like shoots out branches at a tighter rate there too. So I don't know. It seems like if you're on them too much, they'll like just get like almost like a bush right on top of the plant there. If that makes any sense, but
Yeah, those are looking good, Stoney.
Stoney's killing.
I know. I was just getting ready to spotlighting, man. It's huge budget.
Yeah. So you would take these leaves off of here? I already chopped this thing poorly too.
Yeah, those 2 that you're pointing at, I would. Yeah, well, if you topped it or whatever, but yeah, I would take at least those big ones, and if you wanted to. But yeah, all those top ones.
Okay.
Top 4. And then it would allow those side ones to kind of come up.
Yeah, and just watch the difference in the way it grows.
And if you were nervous about it, Stoney, just take those 2 big fan ones off and see what it does. You know what I mean? And see the effect or whatever. But
no, I'm not too nervous. I'm not. I used to be that guy, but now I could show you some branches in here that make some people sick. I break a lot of legs.
Clean them up pretty good, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I try to.
You're looking good, man. For sure.
Yeah, we're in. I keep fucking. I don't know. For some reason, man, I was going a week ahead, and I keep thinking they were weeks. Well, I would have been in week 7 in my mind, going into week 8, but it's actually week 6 going into week 7.
That looks about right.
So yeah, I don't know. I got mixed up. You know what? I've been with this band shit and everything else. I've been running around a lot lately. So. Matter of fact, we're going to record a couple more songs to give you guys for some dab stuff. Nice. I don't know if they'll be exactly dab specific, but there'll be some good music. Guarantee that.
I'll be happy to put it on. Happy to put it on, my friend.
Yeah, that is cool, man.
So yeah, I'm excited about getting rid of these girls, and then
What do you run, the auto pots? Is that what those are?
no, some of them are. This thing down here is one giant auto pot with 3 spots, but
Oh, all
they
right.
got a little too big. So, but it's actually not even hooked up right now. I just
Your hand water.
I was gonna hook it up and I didn't. So, but yeah, I do have right now 2 of them. These 2 are in there. I got one in a plastic and one in a fabric pot, just to see what the difference will be.
Are you running, what nutrients are you running through there?
I've been running Floraflex, but I just recently have switched to Jax. I'm going to start running Jax next. So
There you go.
I'm going to give that a try. Some of the other guys were telling me about it. So
What is it?
Right.
Like, gonna save you money, or what's the benefit?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're
It's
obviously
all
getting great results. I don't know.
it's dry. It's this shit. It's dry amendment. You know, I like the dry. I get more out of the dry than I do with the liquid. And it seems to go longer. So I don't know. I'm going to give it a try. But yeah, so far the Jax out of everything seems to be the cheapest as far as price goes from what I've used so far.
I think they're an agricultural company. Like,
Yeah. But they do have the I guess this is their Canna specific line
yeah.
or
Is that
formulated.
the Jax
for-
3? Is that Jax 321 or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not getting paid by them. I did stick their stick. They gave me a sticker. If you give me a sticker, I put it on the wall. You know?
They got their sponsors.
Yeah. But if Jax wants to send me some stuff, I'll be more than happy to take it from them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Very nice, man. Very nice.
Yours is really nice. I love seeing those shots, and you're always got like the flyover. It's like you're in a little airplane. And I'm like, look at how awesome. And it's all real nice and level and everything. It's inspiring because I don't have a room. I'm stuck in tents for the time being, but I aspire to your level, sir.
I'm just winging it.
You got to build a
Lucky
cannabis
bastards.
building.
Yeah,
You
I
got to
know.
build a cannabis building, Rockefeller.
I've been thinking about it. It'd be great.
Everything. Yeah.
Everybody has their own chamber. You pay rent. You go in there, grow your stuff. You got a lock, your own electric and water. Pay your own bill. Feel like an apartment building. Just make them grow rooms.
Yeah.
That's a good
Have
idea.
a central system. Have a central evac system so it all flows.
Well,
Listen,
You don't have to
we
worry
have
about that.
we have in Chicago, dude. There are so many buildings, especially in the what were they call them? The social equitable people. Okay, so that would be in those neighborhoods. A lot of them, I mean, they could actually do that, but you know, our state says, well, we're going to help you out. We're going to give you first shot. We're going to give you this and that, but they still end up needing like $1 million to do all the stuff you need to do to get paid for all these things, even at the discounted price. And it's like, where are these people going to get that? You know, so they have no shot. It's like they could actually turn some of these buildings into grow facilities where these people could go and maybe pay rent and grow, you know, and wow. Illinois is not for that, man. They're for making money for themselves. And that's
yeah, but dude, that would be great for any big city because a lot of people rent and they can't grow in their apartment or whatever. But if you had a spot where you could go rent a little spot to grow your weed, and I think it'd be an idea for certain areas. I think you know, the real dense population or whatever in a city.
You see how many killings we have, right, man? It would have to be like a fortress, man. You'd have to go through like several chambers of ID, probably you have retinal scans and everything.
Whatever. I bet you there's a crowd for it though. That's all.
I'm sure there would be people to pay for that. Oh yeah, you're damn right, man. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
What's
I
up?
just need a
Cheers,
couple $1
Dream.
million, you guys, and we could go do this. Let's.
The thing is, though, when I get
was
get
muted.
spider mites, I'm blaming the dude in the section next to me. You know what I mean, motherfucker.
The neighbors. You'll have to post
What's up, Green 13?
warning.
Yeah, Rockefeller,
an
the
outbreak.
whole bottom floor will have to be a dispensary and different places where you shop. You know, sell the stuff you got.
Wouldn't
going
that
on
be
up above,
great? You could
Yeah.
sell. Everybody could put their shit up for sale.
right?
Sounds like a
Me
little
too.
hippie commune thing now.
Yeah,
That'd be
it's
cool.
insane. I think you'd be better off if you didn't have the retail there. And just rent it.
Yeah, I think I'm just
That's
gonna rob
true.
it. I'm not gonna get a spot. I'm just gonna rob it. Sounds
Just let
good.
them- Just let them worry about selling it or doing whatever.
Yeah.
Just rent. Make sure that
There you go.
We spoke with Flint earlier today. I seen something yesterday that I thought was kind of cool about concerning Flint and cannabis. Somebody had bought or leased an old police station. And we're gonna turn it into a grow. And the police were fucking protesting this shit. I thought that shit was pretty
Why are
funny.
they protesting? It's not even their building anymore. What are they-
It's
Their old
nostalgic,
clubhouse,
man.
Yeah.
Dude, I was thinking the old hotel rooms. I was driving by one that was closed, and I was like, that'd be a fucking killer spot, dude. Each room sectioned off. It's got its own mini split in it already, like ready to fucking rock. Like, I don't know, an old hotel, man. All the rooms are already set up with power and individual temp controls. Like, rock it.
Yeah, smoke detectors though.
Completely. Have to get rid of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like the idea.
It seems
That's a
like a
great
very
idea.
small obstacle. That seems like a small
Well,
obstacle.
If you think about things of nature at this moment right now, we've got a lot of vacant buildings.
But look at the plus side, though. I mean, think about this, though. Talk about smoke detectors, but could you like tap into, like, say, or even you might be able to branch off that shit to, you know, there's got to be a sprinkler system in every room. We turn that into like a watering. Turn that into like some water.
No, you could.
for the
What?
grows there.
Wait. What are you
Or
talking about?
just-
Controlling like each
Sure.
room? Is that what you're worried
Yeah.
about? Like the smoke alarm? You could redo all that and make it all work. Where it's, you know, it's just a
No,
series of
he's
different
talking about-
valves and stuff that got to get cut in.
He's talking about turning it into a sprinkler system for feeding the plants. He's not concerned about it. He's looking.
Using that to feed the plants. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're not getting away with that.
You're
We don't
overhead.
worry
Not
about
in this city. you
If
won't,
there's a
but-
fire, that's yours. Oh, sorry, no, we weren't there.
If there's a fire, it's gonna smell like weed for sure. Good flower. That's right.
and there's probably a good chance there'd be a fire. Stoner smoking weed, growing their weed, leaves the joint laying there, forgets about it, walks away. Place burns down. How did it burn down? Didn't they have a sprinkler system? Yeah, but they used it for watering the plants instead. So, you know.
It's the new flooding drain.
It's fine though. It's probably a concrete shell. We'll just go again.
Yeah, why not?
No sprinkler system this time. No, we'll just hand water.
I do like the idea of the police station getting converted, though. That's fucking awesome.
That's brilliant.
I think it's funny that they're mad about it, too. That's what's even funnier. Like, what is the building
That
mad?
is hilarious.
Yeah, because you don't set the laws. You work for the law. Like,
Right.
if that's not the law anymore, then don't worry about it, right? You just do your job. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like their house or something. Like, come on now.
Their childhood home. Man, I grew up there.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
grew
it's-
up there.
Like it's a meth lab now or something. Like,
Oh, man, that's hilarious.
anymore. That could have been like, that's my mommy's old house right there.
Right.
Yeah, boom. Look how we made it good now.
Right?
Hey man, I'd be
Nice
all
or
for
how
it. Turn my
profitable.
old house into a grow. I'd stop by. Hey man, can I stop by and see my old house? I haven't been here in a while. Wow, what'd you do inside? It's beautiful. It's all grow. I'd be for it.
I've heard that.
Well, we got rid of all the furniture and then we painted all the walls with acrylics and oh, it's lovely.
I've heard people talk
Knocked out all the walls.
with houses that are like developments that are abandoned or whatever, and they'll rent the houses out. So they'll have like 5-6 houses in one development that are all just fucking straight up grow all the time. Like that's pretty smart too.
Yeah, real estate people too, right? Yeah, I don't think this one's going to sell for a few months. Just
I actually know we had a guy that we did houses for a guy that's how he funded he'd hide all his money through building houses. And so he bought some other properties that he would rent.
Oh, man.
And next thing I know, I'm in there installing, 220 amp outlets all over bedrooms and shit, What's this for? Oh, the people renting this are going to be hooking up weird stuff and like, oh, okay. And then we figured out what he was doing. So what he was doing was renting to other growers. Basically, they'd rent the house and rent it, so he'd rent it at the price for growing or whatever. And I'm sure they worked some deal out.
twice the price.
Yeah, but he had a bunch of them all over the place, man. They weren't concentrated in one area either. He was kind of smart about it. He had them all pretty spread out. But that guy was nuts. He had a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, he needed to be quite a scary dude as well, because when I know where your house is and I rented it for a while and now I don't rent it, you better be a bad man. You know what I mean? Because the house can't be moved.
He wasn't actually. He was just this.
Right.
He actually was like a 35-year-old that dressed like he was 18. He didn't have a driver's license, never had one. Rode around on a bicycle. He'd ride 20 miles on his bicycle from house to house.
Wow.
He was a weird dude. So maybe he was scary in the aspect that he's just fucking nuts, man. Like, you don't know what this guy's going to do, He's like one of those
bicycle guy. He's fucking bad.
Oh, dude, middle of winter, 20 below zero out here. Everything's frozen solid. And here he is riding his little BMX bike right down the middle of the road, man. I'd see him too, in town every once in a while. And he's loaded with cash, man, just bags full of it.
Wow.
That was quite a while ago, man. That was shit back in the 90s. But yeah, he was pretty heavy.
That's cool though.
You went robotic.
It's bicycle, right?
I missed it.
Yeah.
You're doing that.
I said you can't. Robotic, yeah. I'll step out
Mr.
here.
Smiley, I'm glad you're back. Mr. Smiley. I'm still looking for ideas for the wheel. I just threw organics on there, but I feel organics is just too vague for one little slot. Should it be broken up into several? And by the way, this is the way I'm trying to do it too. Trying to be a little clever about it, so it's not like in pie form. So basically, I'm trying to set it up to where it's like clone, conspiracy, organics, fucking aliens. You know what I mean? Every other
Crystals.
one. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That is
Crystals.
not on there.
Yeah.
What are you
Redox.
making?
He's making a Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, you're gonna make like a game show or something?
No, it's
Just-
just
No, for when the crickets show up. Crickets show up, our awkward conversation. There it is.
New
Next
conversation instantly. Awesome. Got to have music
Oh,
on there
man.
too, right?
Somebody's talking about penises
Yeah.
again. Spin the wheel, man. Spin the wheel.
Always the topic.
Oh, shit. I don't even know
You
what to
should-
say that.
You shouldn't put organics on there, though. We talk about it all the time. You should put fucking hydro on there. Talk about that for a while.
Oh, there you go. That's one we don't never talk about. We never talk
Yeah.
about hydro.
Come on.
I love
I might learn something.
water is a great topic.
That's why I had to
Yeah,
quit doing this so I
water.
could listen to you guys, man. That's all I did was hydro up until, I don't know, less than a year ago.
I just came in when you were doing your garden tour. Are you in Coco?
Yeah, I'm actually experimenting right now because I just got out of DWC. So I was running the Mother Earth Coco 50/50 with perlite. And then I'm doing some of the water only soils. There's a new grow store that opened up by me, and the people that own it are really cool. And they're like, here, try this and let us know what you think. You know, I'm like,
Wicked.
all right. So I'm just,
Trying
you want to
everything.
give it to me. You know,
He's
I'll go
mostly
dump it in.
cool, but he's a little soil curious.
Yeah, I'm doing it all. So I'm checking it out, see what works. So far, I like the cocoa, the Mother Earth. I really like a lot. And I just started trying the Coco Loco. So I'm going to see how that works because that's like a water only sort of thing until you get towards the end. I guess you got to start amending it. But we'll see how it goes. So far, everything's, seems to be going just fine. I don't have to worry about any chillers and shit like that.
Yeah, I actually looked at a chiller the other day for my cloner, and it was like, "Don't be stupid, mate. You are causing so much heat here. Like, okay, the water's cool now, but the rest of the room's fucking baking. It's like, don't chase heat anymore. Just don't."
Chiller.
So
I just
Yeah.
lost the fucking list. I just fucking lost the list of the wheel. I had like fucking 20 fucking things on there. I tried to add it to the wheel, lost it. Right back to the beginning.
Or do you have a digital wheel that you're putting them on, or
Yeah. Yep. Scooter 3G. I seen him using one, and I was like, that saves me having to build one. Where in the fuck did you get that shit? And he sent me the link. I was like, fuck yeah. So all I gotta do is put the topics in there, screen share that shit. Bang.
bing bing?
Ned Denver can help you out with that.
He also sent me. Yeah.
You got the weather on there? Is the weather on there?
weather.
That's always a good one for when there's crickets.
We
Yeah,
talk
you gotta
about that. British
Well, you gotta
people.
put
That's our
Section
opener.
for solar.
So, you know, outdoors. I don't know. I didn't have outdoor on there either.
I
Good
know.
idea.
I am.
Outdoor, indoor, greenhouse.
I'm paying way more attention to the weather now that I have the garden outside, though. Like, I gotta know where this is at.
That's the whole gig, my friend. That's my whole summer.
Full-fledged farmer.
It's all about that.
Yeah. We've been dry. It's been dry and hot. I've been having to water pretty regular.
Yeah.
And now I think coming into some rain here in the next few days. So I'm like,
Yeah. We actually rained here today a little bit, so you guys will probably get a little sprinkle in the morning, and then there's more supposed to come through tomorrow. So then you guys always get what we have. Am I on mute or no?
no, you're good. No,
No.
they, I got some of them. I got her in my smart pots or whatever, or the number 10 smart pots, and I got potatoes and stuff in there, but they dry out so fucking quick in them pots, man. It's like in that sun, and they're black, and it's like, holy shit, them things just dry out fast as ever.
Yeah. But also, man, that potato is pulling water out of those things like mad. They grow so fast.
Potatoes.
Big branching. Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that they really do. You can almost see them grow after you water them. It's like, holy.
Are you topping them up with soil as you go up?
No.
Oh, do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. Yep.
Right. Yeah, the raspberry bed has got so much foliage in it that it's actually staying really wet because the sun isn't getting to it, and there's hay down on it anyway. But I'm putting my hand in there, and it's like pretty wet. So that's working. It's blazing hot here at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as they got the water, they're gonna love it. You know. That's just the thing I got to figure out because I got these beds that are next to it that are like it's way different soil material to begin with, and then it's like holds the moisture way more than what the pots are. So I'm having to kind of judge that a little bit. It's fun, man. I'm enjoying it. I got a shit ton of potatoes going.
Mostly you aren't going to get it wrong, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not that touchy, but I'm still gonna apply some fucking humic acids and
dude,
I got the shit. I don't know.
My raspberry bed, my strawberry bed, and anything else that I spray, that's just there because I make a full thing, and it's like I make a bit extra for the guys, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's there for overspray. It's like, okay, you guys get some too, you know, silica and all that shit.
Fucking love
my raspberries are a pimp. they get compost tea every couple days, you know.
That's a quote of the day right there. My raspberries are fucking pimp.
Dank raspberries. I planted 3 autos
extra
outside.
time. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead.
Yours was cannabis related, so
it's actually CBD. I planted 3. I had someone gave me some auto seeds, and I planted them. They weren't doing so well inside, man. They were really just weird looking, and they were just really fucked up looking. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what's going on with them. And my friend who gave them to me, he said the same thing with his. We're just all really fucking weird. I threw them outside. Now they're just like, they're loving it. They look normal now. They're all, I guess they didn't like the LED lighting. So
you're the second person
that's
that
weird.
said that to me recently, Stoney. I'm trying to think of who the other person is.
Yeah, I
was growing all goofy like that, and they were like, "Wow, fuck it, I'll throw it outside, see how they do." And like, sent me a picture too, and they were like, "Look the fuck, man, this thing's growing normal. It's gorgeous now." Like,
yeah,
totally changed.
Might have been heat then, maybe.
No, actually, it's hotter outside than it was in the tent. In the tent, we only got up to 77 degrees. So outside, it's 90. All day today was like 95 out here, and it's probably, I think it's like 82 right now.
Maybe that's how it was grown in the beginning. It was an outdoor plant.
Yeah, maybe it likes the heat.
It likes it outside.
The thing is, if you ever chuck a plant that's got, you know, any issues, you just chuck it outside. We talked about this the other day. Don't really kill things, just put them outside. They tend to bounce back so hard, and it's that full spectrum. It's a breeze. It's like it's a
the perfect CO2.
It's chirping. The dew in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some cold and some all that shit.
I mean, actually, my mind's wired to think that way. I'm wired to think like, well, if it's not doing well under these lights, to me, it's like you got to put it under the sun. If it doesn't make it under the sun, there was something wrong with that thing. Because I mean, it's the sun.
It does something different.
I agree. There's definitely factors to it from the indoor, you know.
Plus, I know nothing about autos, so I'm winging this whole thing.
But
don't distress them.
No.
Think of the spectrum of light. Like I heard Kevin Jodry and somebody else was talking about that, where it's like the light is information. You know what I mean? It's like it's communicating or it's information to the plant. So like the spectrum you're using is the information. It's a different concept to think of it like from what we do, but they were talking in terms of like elevation. So if you're at a higher elevation, it's a different spectrum, so to speak, than some of the lower ones. You're gonna have more UV or whatever. And so they were talking about it being like a different type of information for the plant to, and I just like that idea of it. It's like, huh.
I think about it as food. We talk about what we spray on and what we put in the soil, but the real food for a plant, the real energy, the energy in is the light and heat, energy in, you know, that's what a plant really needs. It'll grow on a rock if it needs to, but it really needs that energy, that light.
Yep.
Thank
I
you for
agree.
bringing that up because I was just gonna ask Smiley that my very same thing is you know, we obviously when we're out in the sun taking nutrients, right? Vitamin D, right? For starters. So some kind of nutrients have to be absorbed via sunlight. And now what made me really think about this is I've got 4 girls that I cut down and threw back outside for like a re-veg. And they were fucking faded. In cocoa, faded. Okay? Nothing but water, scents, and sunlight. And them bitches are green as shit again. No nutrients added. So,
Dude, have they got roots through the
much-
pot down into the ground by any chance?
no. They're in the same. They're on concrete. They're on concrete. Same pots. Nothing but water.
Yeah. So here I got something for you.
That's
I said,
That's about availability, isn't it? I think that's about they found a light level where the food was available. That's got to be.
I wouldn't claim to say that I know everything, but you did say that we
Yeah, you
absorb
do.
vitamin D and we do not. To my understanding, the sunlight stimulates the creation of vitamin D inside you, but I would imagine it could do something similar to the plant too, where it's stimulating the plant, the sunlight is, and causing some kind of an effect. I don't know. I would say I've heard guys talk about that after a grazing event where they've seen there was I don't even remember where I heard it, but they were talking about it increasing the plant actually signaling right away for increase in like nitrogen biology or nitrogen fixing biology. But it was like the plant was already responding right away to the grazing event in an instant, you know. So it could be the sunlight changing, it's communicating different information. I don't know.
Well, don't we get vitamin D and C from the sun?
Well, I think the sunlight stimulates that. I don't know that it is like absorbed from it. I don't know. But I don't know for sure. Maybe it is.
we got some homework to do now.
Right? I feel like you do from your grow lights anyway, you know? Seems like winter never really like fucks with you too bad or whatever, because you're in the room, you know what I mean? You're in your light anyway.
Right?
Places where it gets dark all the time, they'll have like daylights and shit like that for, you know what I mean, in their house for that reason. It's getting them the light. Sorry, I'm stoned. It's late. You know what I'm talking about though? They got the daylight where it's like,
Yeah.
so yeah, in Alaska or whatever, they fucking it helps for cabin fever and shit.
We install a lot of those too in like shopping malls, in the stores, the department stores. If you go through some of them, it almost looks like it's bright out, like it's sunny, and you get outside, and it's like, holy shit, it's raining out. Like almost like they have a skylight, it seems like, but it's just actually the type of lighting that's used.
Yeah,
It's kind of cool. It's expensive shit.
probably. Everything is, right?
Right.
I found that hanging out in your grower around these bright ass lights at fucking night will definitely throw off your circadian rhythm. It'll definitely fucking throw off your sleep. Just
Oh
like
yeah,
blue
I'm all
light.
jacked up. What I was going to ask you though, my buddy's got the guitar player Larry. He's got a pot in his backyard that's got some grass in it, which was from Wrigley Field before they tore out the original field and replaced it with their new shit, whatever. So he got a chunk of this grass and he's been watering it ever since, but he doesn't feed it anything. I mean, he just dumps a bucket of water in there and fills up the pot and it just drains through and the grass just keeps growing. How is it doing that without any nutrients or, you know, it's crazy. And this has been a couple of years now, you know, this is not, and you know, it's not like he brings it inside in the winter. It just sits right outside in that pot, never leaves. It's sitting in the same spot it was in January. It's sitting there right now, you know.
Well, there's got to be some living and dying that goes on there. It's got to be producing some kind of nutrients in that cycle, correct?
Right, through the grass itself dying and then re-providing its nitrogen or whatever back into the whatever's left of the soil, because I'm sure there's probably not much left of it.
Yeah, I'm suggesting it's probably eating itself to stay alive, kind of.
Right? Cannibalizing itself. It's just weird how it just finds a way to keep living though, you know, or it probably should be dead.
Never know. Maybe Dr. Elaine knows what she's talking about. That is what they say though, like as far as with nitrogen, like when you're not feeding it is when it's gonna really benefit from the biology that's there. So it's like if you're supplying nitrogen, it's less likely to, you know, support the beneficial biology of nitrogen fixing stuff. So without it, it's probably actually creating them relationships and doing its thing. The way creation's supposed to.
Right? See, it's time to spin that wheel, Eagle.
Oh shit.
Why? What were you just
running
talking
on?
about?
I don't know yet. I'm trying to figure it out.
Hey, did you get those suggestions I put into chat?
Yeah, I did. I put them on the list. All right. They're on the white paper list because I gave up on the digital list for tonight.
And you got to write those down
Good.
physically.
Good old fucking white paper that doesn't fucking disappear on the accidental flip. Good old white
Oh, is white paper on there? Great.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah. The validation of. Well, actually, you don't. We don't even need to put caveats. You could just put white paper. That's bollocks, man.
IBM. You can put IBM on there.
Yeah.
I had a
But
Instagram conversation with a gentleman the other day who decided for, I have no idea why, and it wasn't abrasive. I know the guy kind of. He was like, yeah, Real Growers Recharge is the best thing on the planet. Everything else is bunk. And I was like, it's not really the case, dude. What you're seeing is this, this, and this. And he was like, nope. And it was really frustrating because it was one of those conversations where whatever I said, however intelligent, he was just going to go, no, it's the best. And so I was like, okay.
yes, it is.
what you're doing's fine. He was like, you're doing good, but real gross recharge room way. I was like, yeah, I'm not really on that one. Here are the factual reasons. No, you're wrong. You can put that on the wheel. Real growers recharge.
I don't know. That one got everybody fired up the last time we talked about the fucking recharge.
Yeah, because it's just
Obvious-
sugar.
Obviously, that could be a hot button.
I actually did. I'd forgotten about it, but actually, I did get some. After we last discussed it, I did actually get some YouTube messages, and like no one messages on YouTube usually, right?
You
Like,
can.
I think there is some biology in it, dude. Yeah, I think there probably is. So is there, like, on everything.
True. It's got humic acid.
Hi, baby. Does it? Large quantities?
It's got kelp in it too, I think.
A pinch of kelp.
It's got amino acid in it too, I think.
It's got some brown stuff that when you get it on yourself or on anything else, it stings the shit out of everything.
It does.
Yeah.
It's
That's-
got a zip.
That's the
lock.
molasses, as
Son
I
of
was
a-
talking about.
That's how I know it's working. My plants are turning brown.
The resealable bag that you can't seal for the life of you.
Oh God, that bag, right? Dude. Actually, all of them are pretty fucking bad. I don't know, man. I'm really thinking about coming up with a new idea for these bags because this is
I had
horrible.
one that I got stuck and then it peeled from the bag. You know what I mean? So the zip was stuck. but it's-
Would close, but then there was a gap. Yeah.
Now I roll it up and put a clip on it.
I just had one I opened up like that, and then I'm pulling it apart, and the plastic just pulls off, and the thing is still sealed though. I'm like, well, that sucks. The seal thing worked good. The bag sucked though. It just kind of pulled apart. It wasn't like I yanked on it either, you know. It just pulled it. Because sometimes those things you have to kind of yank. They're kind of sealed a little bit, seems like, and then that seal thing's also closed, so you have to like pull it twice, and then it pops open. I just had the whole bag just pulled apart.
All I've heard the last few minutes is cross
Bitching.
Scotty reel off the invite list. I was just getting ready to reach out to him. Hopefully he's not watching.
Oh, sorry, man. It's just like,
Whatever. I'm sure.
yeah, ignore us totally anyway. It's just, for me, that show, it's just one long advert, and it's like, that's, yeah, long.
Scotty's cool. So is the dude. All right.
Well, actually, I take that back. I take that back. I almost hope that he does see it. Then I can invite him on to review the claims there.
I'm sure he
Come on,
doesn't
tell us.
care, dude. He's probably heard it all, man. I'm sure he doesn't care. Like, I don't know. He's got to
Who's
be
the guy?
fixing it. They've been around for a while now. Like, what? It's not a new product. I'm sure he's heard it all.
I forget the name of the guy who's been interviewed on here. He's opened that room. Let me see if I can remember his name. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. On his show, he was like, oh yeah, real growth recharge, it's a load of poop, don't use this, it clogs your lines, it doesn't do anything, it's hell on earth. And the following day he was like, spoken to Scotty, turns out this stuff is brilliant, and told us all the reasons why. So I'm fairly sure the guy got a heavy kicking from a lawyer, and it was literally the day later. What's the name of the guy? The guy who's doing a lot of the like Spectrum stuff, and like he's got that split level grow.
I don't know.
Anyway, it was funny. It was funny. But it was
It is
obvious that, like, because the guy went to bat on it. It was like, and I was like, oh, I don't think you can say this shit. But he clearly couldn't, because it was like one day later. It wouldn't, and it wasn't like I got a bollocking, I'm really sorry. It was like, turns out I was wrong. You just hand water it, but you just been telling us for the last 3 months how amazing your drip system is, and now you got to hand water this stuff, yeah? Like, you know.
But it's brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's it works for people.
It's fine. We've got a similar product here. It just has to be cheap. You just can't charge that much money for it, because like the components aren't expensive. That's all.
You obviously can. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But you have to have a cult following and also sell a lot of crappy lights and, you know, some other stuff. I need to shut up. I'm spoiling Eagle's show.
Yeah, right.
I was just getting ready to ask you if you were still on your fresh food kick. Fruits, vegetables, and shit.
So we were doing the vegan thing. Really, it was a plant-based thing. We did it for a month. We're not on it now. However, I guess I'm now a flexitarian, like, which is like a contrarian, but for the most part, very vegetarian. Probably cheese was the difficult thing. Not really eating any meat, certainly not eating slabs of meat. So yeah, massive change. The last night we had a vegan supper, and she was like, and I was like, it's just sloppy. And it gets to where meals aren't exciting. And that can be fine, but sometimes they gotta be. So bit of flex. But it's made a big difference to the way I think about food and the way I eat. And funnily enough, a lot of it's to do with water, which was what Smiley said earlier. Water is actually a really important topic. And it is like, I'm just feeding my food to an animal and then eating the animal. It's kind of weird. So yeah, is that what you wanted to know? Yeah, it's made a massive change to my life.
Bacon is not
It is. However, I ate bacon every breakfast for like 5, 7, 10 years or something. So I'm like,
I get it though. It's smart to think about what you eat for sure. But I agree with you. It's got to be something you're excited about. If it's all like kale chips and shit you're not looking forward to at all, and you have that grimace on your face while you're eating it the whole time, it's probably not a good long-term plan. I don't know.
Eat a lot of toast, eat a lot of pasta. You know, it's like I need to bite something. But it has dramatically re-educated me, and that's what it was designed to do. And it wasn't very difficult. A lot of fresh fruit and a lot of vegetables. That's always been really key in my diet anyway. Much less meat. And now if I'm having meat, which I haven't, it would be in a pasta dish where it's not the main component, it's just a component. So it's, I mean, yeah, I'm a big time carnivore. So this is a big deal what I'm saying, but I sort of wanted to know that I could do it if I lived on a desert island. Now I just got to talk the missus into the desert island bit and we're golden.
Dude, I was just talking to somebody that was allergic to chicken, and I'd never heard of that before. But they have an allergy to chicken. Like, yeah. I was like, that's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. What's the protein or what?
I don't know what it is about it, but yeah, they eat chicken, and even if it's close to like chicken paste or whatever, like some of that. They were saying like a sausage company switched from the pork they had in the sausage to like a chicken base, and they didn't notice it, and boom, yeah, you had a breakout or whatever. But
right, so it's a real thing. It's not a.
Yeah, no, it's really legit. But yeah,
I actually have a food allergy to pork and beef.
Yeah.
I don't think the pork one's that uncommon, but I've not heard the beef one either.
Yeah,
my sister had a pork allergy.
Yeah, I have a hard time digesting it. I can't. I won't do it anymore. So it literally will make me start throwing up.
That's wild.
Yeah.
So I actually just met somebody that I did that barn for, and similar to what you guys are talking about. It was all across the board. It was chicken and all that. And what I kind of seduced talking to her, I think it's the fucking soy that they feed the fucking meat. I don't think it's the meat itself. I think it's what they're being fed. And I'd almost be willing to bet if they,
took an organic, yeah,
they'd be able to eat that shit just fine.
Mm.
It might be.
I asked when I was talking to them if they had similar allergies to soy, and they kind of hinted to, I'm not too good on soy in general. I'm like, that's fucking it. That's fucking it. And but that's what I think it is. It's a GMO soy that we can't even ship nowhere, man. Nobody wants that shit, man. But I think that's what it's showing up in our meats and stuff now. Like you guys say, and meat allergies. Excuse me.
Yep. Animal feed, because it's just become a fucking circus. So it's not a thing that's like, oh, some meat tonight, that'd be a treat. It's like, give me another slab of that cheap, shitty meat we fucking produce. And now most of the water on the planet's used to make animal feed, not human feed, Madness.
Well, it's weird.
Get a balance.
It's a weird trend, though, the food allergy.
I heard people eating cicada tacos the other day.
Eating what?
You know what a cicada bug is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Cicada bug?
Yeah. Like protein.
Yeah. There's people talking about making that stuff up. They were doing cicada tacos.
Tastes like peanuts, buddy.
What?
Tastes like peanuts. Go walk down near enough any street in Bangkok, and on one corner there'll be someone selling deep fried insects of a variety, and they all eat them all the time. It's on every corner, so it's not a thing where it's like, oh my god. It's like a thing where that's a standard, a staple. Yeah,
they do that stuff here in the city. I didn't see tacos, but I've seen cicada salads, deep fried cicadas, cicada chocolates, all kinds of shit like that.
Really?
This Chicago, there's a market for anything, really. I mean, you can find someone to buy your stuff.
It sounds really appetizing.
What's up, Trooper? Big love, brother.
Guys? What's going on, guys? How you doing?
And a trooper. What's up, brother?
Not a lot.
Cheers.
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man? Yeah, it's been a minute.
Did you just wake up?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Come
You
on,
sound hot, dude.
What's up?
Did you come on to smoke with us?
Yeah.
It's almost 4:20.
Yeah,
Right
I got the dab rig heating up right now. So how's the night going, guys?
I'm at the start of my day.
So far, so good.
Yeah. I'm not ready to go to bed here myself.
Nice.
Hey, Rockefeller, I got a question for you. If I got a 15 amp system on my circuit, can I bump that up to a 20 amp?
Wait, I missed one part of that. What'd you say? You had a 15 amp circuit. You want to do what? Bump it up to 20?
Yeah.
Now without
Can I
changing
do
the wires? Now,
That's what I
well,
thought.
you can. Can you get away with it? I probably shouldn't tell you. Yeah, you could. It's like driving that 10,000 pound truck over the 5,000 pound load limit bridge. You get away with it, but eventually, So no, not without going up in wire size. And I'm sure where you're
eventually
at,
you'll wake up in flames.
Possibly, yes.
Well, no, that's exactly why I'm asking the question, because I had someone say that I could do that. And I said,
Yes,
I don't think that
you could do that, but you could also wake up on fire like Reed says.
Right. That's
So,
why
yeah.
I'm asking you, because I trust you more than I trust that joker that was telling me that.
So then you probably always want to rephrase the question and ask, would you do this, Stoney? And I would say, no, I would not do that.
Okay.
Not even.
Because last year I had no problems with this, with my breaker. And I think my breaker is just weak because it's really old.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to replace the 15 amp breaker and go at that.
I would do that and see how that works for you. And then if that doesn't work out, then you need to go up in amperage or bring another circuit over there and break up whatever it is that you got plugged in.
That's kind of how I got it going on anyways. I'm utilizing different parts of my house to run it.
Extension cords running.
Well, let's go back a minute there, Johnny. If you replace that fuse and that fucker trips again, you get that same problem. You may have a bad wire already established in the wall somewhere.
I may have a loose wire someplace, actually, huh?
A loose wire, it could be already half burnt. I mean, if you've already been running grow lights on that line for an over period of time, 24 hours, a constant pull, it could be a burnt spot in that wire. You know.
Well, it's not constant pull.
That's massive, Canna Trooper.
I mean, that's usually what they say.
I mean, we know that's not true, brother. We've already seen your light switches.
There you go. Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, 420.
Cheers,
yeah.
420.
Cheers.
Yeah, let's burn it.
Cheers.
Burn it if you got it.
We'll talk about Johnny's loose wires in a minute. Johnny's got a screw loose.
Dude, you could not imagine what would happen if I didn't have a wife. I'm listening to your conversation. I'm thinking, just rewire the house, man. Come on. And it's like, calm down, dude. It's just put 30 amps in, put 50.
You at least need 100.
Round it off.
I have to tell you, man, when we were trying to remake this song, it sounds like a pretty simple little song, but man, trying to play it and remake and trying to do something with it, what a pain in the ass, man. Horrible.
Sorry.
It was so like we couldn't even figure it out. Like we spent all day trying to it's just everything sounded so shitty.
It changes key a couple times, and it changes key in some random directions.
Yeah, you know what? It's not even that. It's like the feel for the song. I don't know how to explain it. It's like there's just so. It's got to be so mechanical. It's like a mechanical situation. I don't know. And unfortunately, we're field players, so
more cowbell.
More cowbell.
That's no excuse.
I mean, that's such a, you know, in every situation, more cowbell, right? I can never think of a song where it's like, the cowbell is just trashing this, man. Just fucking ruins it.
Gotta have cowbells in it.
You're preaching to the choir, man. I'm the drummer. I'm in charge of the cowbell. So
right. I was about to say, I like big.
I'm never going to disagree with you guys.
Oh, the cowbell.
The guitar players are going to disagree with you, though.
That's such a distinct sound, that cowbell, when you're hitting it with the drumstick. It's just, I love it. Yeah, one of those ones.
Oh, yeah, like Mississippi Queen, man.
Yep.
What else was there?
Well, that Puckerberry knockout, man, it kicks my ass.
I probably should go on record, Smiley, and to say that those gelato crosses became a lot more interesting than just being gelato in the end. So I was like, oh, it's all just the same thing. But as they sort of sat in a jar for a while, they did become more interesting. So like lime tropical, and then the dried toke tastes like glue, actual glue. So yeah, definitely they matured. One of them is quite Skittlesy, and even late in the joint, it's really sort of gets really flavorful. So yeah, it was just me being unintelligent, I guess. They definitely moved into some ranges, but it is connoisseur-y shit. It's not loud.
Well, it just goes to show it. Sometimes you can never tell. Like, I don't know, man. There's a couple of them I've almost dropped, or I have dropped, and like, yeah, you smoke it later, you're like, what the fuck? You weren't like this a minute ago. Like, what is the deal?
Well, I'm wondering, did the high change at all? Did it? The terps, did they?
It got stronger.
Did they benefit better?
It got stronger. It's still that kind of very dreamy, wandering through a cornfield kind of, which is nice. It's day trippy, summer, lovely, but not racy. So yeah, what it is, and this happens nearly every time. I'm like, burn, 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 burn. Okay, I'll put that down now, and like I'll smoke half of it and then leave it for ages. So it's one of them. Yeah, my kind of shit, actually.
Sounds good, man.
Well, I'm gonna jump out because I have to get up early. So I'm gonna be the first one to do the jump. And Eagle, appreciate you. Love and respect, man. You're always coming up here, taking care of business for us. Green 13, Smiley.
Yes, Johnny.
Tony Rockefeller, thank you for that advice. Keep me from burning down my house and keeping this from turning this town to be a little hotter than it should be. And Cannon Trooper, always awesome to see you. Good to smoke with you on 420. Everybody in chat, peace and love always. I'll see you guys.
Take it easy,
Johnny. Johnny's the man.
I'm following him out too, man. It's that time.
Yeah, I'm following Smiley.
Hopefully everybody has a great Monday, though. It's good to see you, Stoney, Can Trooper, Green 13.
You two guys, Smiley, Green 13, Cannon Trooper, Eagle. Bedtime.
Boom.
Peace, guys. Have a good
night,
good
guys.
day.
Later, gentlemen. All right. You want me to get out of here so you can do your thing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotta get here earlier, man.
No.
A little bit earlier. Well, I take that back. Cannon Trooper. I'm glad to have you for the few minutes.
No, I hear you. Good. I appreciate it. I just wanted to jump in and do a 420 dab with you all. I'm getting my day going. But have a good one, man. Cheers, everybody.
Have a great day, brother.
You too.
Well, that does wrap up this episode 413. I will blast my way through the shout outs tonight. Seeing how I did skip them yesterday, it's a tad bit cooler in here. I think we're pushing a cool 84 degrees currently, but the break outside was nice while it lasted until my phone went dead. It was nice till my phone went dead. You have a good one too, Magnus. Let's get these shout outs going. If I don't have to sit through a commercial first, of course. Excuse me. Here we go. Crickets. Man, YouTube has gotta throw me some music. We're going with Blueberry Jam. Blueberry Jam for the shout out. Come on. So hard to do without music. Red Pill. Cheers. You've been missed, my friend. Well, here we go. So cool. D-South State, Mom Long Subtest. Here Grow 420. Freak Gun Bomb. Christina MG89. Plug 705. Medical McCullough, Rick Cheek Rebels, the 92207, Baby Selena, Dave's not here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendoza, P-Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Duckweed, Run Boy 7426, Justin Goodler, Strong Man, Strain Man. I think I've been saying that wrong. Opie Grower, 7540, Trevor, Michael Wall, Small Bishop, 420, Who's Your Cat Daddy, Taco John Slug, Rick S. Hinderbush is 827, James Shearance, Kevin Hahn, Will Slackhouse, Pat Span 420, Biometric, Dirt Road, D. Kenneth Sheba, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Deb Goblin, Dr. Boss Lightyear, S. Jones, Subject Good Up, Candy Queen tonight, what's in the house tonight? Stabby tonight, say Dirt Man Dan, Keep Black Sales, Mr. Bookstore, Some Premium Gardens, Ross Bob, Ross the Jeff. So Root, Small Tooth, Tyler, Frosty Buds, Norm, Michigan Micro, Weechy Buds, Sub P Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC, Modern Genetics, SoCal Weedner, John, Last PPG 15, Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfect, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Dink Grower, DOA Gomez, Miss Brother, Miss Beauty Grows, I do some Johnny Cassie, Demetrius, Shootouts, Snotty Mickey, Zoe and Y, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation, Blue Clover, 420, High Spy, Aldridge, 25, Bismuth Bad and T. Stu Moonbow Road, Organic Green, Loki Rose, Sus, Blue Sky, Burton, 79, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaw, Voodoo, Ultras, Fresh Zone Nerds, Kelly Connection, Wolverine, Rose, Big Jar Rose, Jimmy One for Life, way back for D-Block, MMP Nations, Creations, Amber Luana, Psychedelic Warlock, Curtis, LD, Sir Shicky, Rob, Big Dave, 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed, 1961, Matt Y, T3, The Ring Click, JK, Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany and Tyler G, Hope Farm, Lucy G, John, Beachy, Crazy for You, Beachy, WG, 420, Dr. Boswell, First Time OG's been coming back. Nice to see you, my friend. Good morning. Arthro, since me, Arthro, just page 420, Beast Coast 420, Sure How. Much respect to you. Trade alone, keep it real. Handkerchief 420, Subs up, went on it everywhere. BT, the League Rose, Bingus was in the house. Thank you, my friend. Green Puffin Man, Ag Sports Jeff, Chef's Life, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Real 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Page Farms, Meaw, Flower, Ryan Henderson, Green 13, New Shot Wins, Kingdom Microponics, Indra was in the house tonight. In chat, of course. Indra, you need to come on the show. Michigan Native, Mary James, Redguard, Streamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny, Nutrients, Mr. Green Pops, Mr. Green Nuts, 619, 664, Spaniard, Cougar, Jones, and Grow, Pop Feed Grows, Rashing, Grows, Cast, the Grow From Your Heart podcast, Early Moon of the Green Men Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One LT4, Giant Mike, Prometheus, Earl, Jason ISO, Pete Willen, David Colby, Mason 662, Scruggy, Mitch Gargerton, Guys, Rose, Haley, Chad Brad, Family Farms, Polly Pete, York, Kevin Jildry, Mike Concho, Jay Huggins, UDA, Green Tree, Hunter, Kush Cloud, Joshua Season, Organic Home Buds, Warren Elson, Cam Wood, Maine Mystic, Joe Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas OG, Chuck Norris, Sarge S, Claire Fresno, Happy Guy, 311 Mix Up, Kinder Grow, Evergreen Ace, Jeeps, Friend Tree, MMJ, Man S8 Ball, Dragonfly B, Justin Mad, Travis Walls, Lucky Mike, CL Chronic Seeds, Kingdom Chronic, Titans and Blasco Seed, Shango Gas with Massive for Life, John Smith, Tommy Trico, Smoke King, Raz, Papa Pillow, Slow Roll, Spiky Polish, Ice Green Jr., Matt Silver, Into 11, Stephanie B, Chuck Toy 989, Fun Brown, Sovereign Garden, Stoner Nation, 420 Joey, Wide Bugs, 1313 Grower, Painted Lady, Frank Blue, Jay Myers, Submit, the chat, Mr. Manny D, Ty C, Dr. DGC, Jeff Shrek, 911, Dutch Rose, 420, Scallywag, Skillful 1, Medgrow 1, Empire Bird, Grow, Glory, Lawsuit, Leah Mass, Danny Danko, B37, Allie Noble, CK, Tom Trenton, Red, Looney, Justice, Smoking With, Small Town, Tanner S, Mr. Lacey, Raptor Groves, Rob, Automation is Freedom, Robert Hazelton, Door Mystery, Ford, Dump That Farms, Miss Green, Thumb, 420, 808, Rudy Prospects, Canna Bus Driver, Kate Lawyer, Kim 710, Operation Groves, T Ben, Rudy Nut 649, Hammer Details, Stacker Scramble, BB Moonrods, G, H, J, F, Double J's Bio, Breeze, Stuff, Grower 56, Hanky, Stanky, 420, OGKP, Gotcha, Nana, your mama, Georgia Joe, Warrior Rodriguez, Beat Roy, Nature's Best Nuts, Killer Beat Rose, Conjure Wizard, Husky Garden, Stunt Tree 420, Dr. E, Solo for Life, Bully 4, Life 420, the Jeffro 420, the 698, Jack Franklin Booty, Goddamn on Big Tits Test. Good tune right there. The Riff and Fat Boy Jack Greenstock was in the house, first in the house, right? 420, 420, Boom Farm, Charlie's Farm, 420, Aldridge, 25, Smiley's Gardens, JD's, Miss D's, Nugs. We miss you, Smoking Grove, Fraser. Grokoski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm, 420. Jeff Jarowski, Genetic Memory Farm, Ball 420, Cameron, Mr. Bagseed, Joe Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, TTE, Gross A, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Mike Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Cat Trooper was here just a few minutes ago, just to smile and fucking do a bong hit with us. Cheers, brother. Hope you have a great day. Blind Cat 420, light up again, Tim. Miss you as well, brother. UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Chipwreck Medical, MJ Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Date Man 420, Date Man Dan, Redset Farms, Good Life, Joni Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American One, W Digger 714, Sarates, Keneals, Genetics, Mountain Skies, Ready to Hit That Hot Fire, Chris Ian, Say Copy, Sergeant Live, Pepper Cam, Finger Lakes Finest, Ridge Patch Dozer Moon, Southern BC Grower, Chief Medical Chair Bear, +1 Mushroom, Secret City Pioneers, My Little Tent, 2042 Spacewalker Christian, Tree Monk, Chief Barrington, Heart and Soul, Homegrown, Mike B, Teeth Wine, East Coast Squirrel, Heidi Day, Galactic Gardens, John Smith, Lipnitz, My Natural Farms, Pacific Northwest, Eads, Ross Kyle, Paul, Lemon Hoko, Trent, British UCLA, 420 Grant Manual, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle, 81, 98 Colas, Chris Mode, UK Trades, Vision Creator, Guru, Be Kind Brew, Cannon Nation, JJ Wires, Grokoski, Groski 808, not Grokoski, Groski 808, Weekend at Bernie's, K-Bag, this list out of order. Justin Station, Strong Sound, Organic, Sippy, High Medic 31, Honesty, KL, Me All Flower, Brent Book, Ty Hendricks, Newton, K&T, Chris T, True Sharon, Full Time Soul, Matty Dread, Barbara Matthews, Ancient Soul, Groans, Kevin J, Can of Health and Happiness, Berserk 215, Collab, Low Cut, Albert, Tremblay, Full Main Mets, Raspberry, Helen, Huge Anus, it's Huge Janus. James G, Atomic Spoon, Miss Chill, Big Daddy, LT Garden, High Flowery 420, Lobster Brusco, Mother Tree Main, Red Pill, Your Boy Roy Boy, Ecstatic Shannon, Gibbons, Ruhan, Rick W, Comfortably Numb, One Smoke Away, the 840 Show, Richard Lamb, Red Pill 710 again, Cannabis Pursuit, K Rolling, Worthy Buzz, Logan Man 81, Oil and Flower Podcast, Prospect, Warren Dixon, Pink Lady Luck, El Mondo 420, surrounded by Keith, Ferrari Farms, Fringe, Dweller, Single Fathers, Happiness Without Guilt, Wob Wobby, Sean Vince, Rusty Ready, Roadside, Notorious Nugs, Magna Seeds, Father and Son, Trimming Tutorials, TJ, Jose Martin Perez, Doggle the Hut, 420, Fuck Chibo Man, TR 420 Community Videos, Detroit River Rat, Louis Garcia, Michael P, AJ Everyday, Cheddar Bob, where were you tonight? Main Grower 420, Cookies, Coop, Jake Hendricks, In for the Grill, Backwoods All God, Sally Mansell, Adam Skinkin, Chanel Simpson, One Smoke Away, Ganja Rhodes, Kazoo, Aaron Burnett Room, Smith and Lincoln Stinkin, Angel Studios, MG420, Grove 10, Paul, DLL, John Fleming, Dankovich, Fibro, Flower, Paulie P. Seldom Seen, Elevated, Lenny Organic, Sunman, Chiba Sunny, Jeff Papalik, Ricardo, Sosa, Dan J, Earth Friendly, Farming, Candy Forest Farmer, Fuck All That Be, Misfit, Grower, Jason Lion 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 446, Jason Grayson, Stoner Baker, MD, Sony Creek, Russ, Sonic, Fringe Dweller, again, twice now. Tarzan, Superman, Old Man Hermit, Freebird, Mo Grower, Matty Gar, Simple Man, Survival Time, Jim Blake, Golf Coast Chronic, Stink Fat, Caballero, Bolero. I know I said that wrong, and I apologize. Harley Grower, Jen Guy, Jason Live 512 again. Steve Collins, Todd Kendrick, Property Maven, Sharpie, The Island Hayes, Food Seat Speech, yeah, Ring, Randy K, Steve Collins, TCDR, Claire Killian, Wardrobe Farming, Randy Grande, Fifth 1000, Ace Food, 3223, Wake Up, Captain Freedom, Puffer Smile, 15 digit, Michigan, Gonza Mooch, Hash, Fridge G, Super Bob, Dan the Indoor Man, Gromy Homie, Hamilton Groves, Flip Smoke, Keystone Camouflage, P8, Big Eye 7 Chief, Release, H2 Hustle, Friend Dark, Fred, Don Carlos, North Arizona, Beer Girl 420, No Sellout, Jesse White, Gastain, Yeti, Introvert, Static, So J, Fiction Robin, Mr. Killer, 8 Mo, James Buttercream, C-Dub from NorCal, The Pharmacy Seed Bank, Deadhead, Smokey, 616, Curtis Mayhead, Matt Myron, Morte, Rick Heyman, Stephanie Dora, Antenna Steve, Vicarious K, Mike Rubles, The Drew Bear 420, Maxie 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, Soda, Get Up, Shoes, Move, Popco 719, Bake with Shake, baby, Old Smoke, PWC, Drone Bud, Floor Wash, Mr. Weed Blunt, Old School Grower, Chad Westport, much respect to you, Honcho, Grown, Floor Notes, My Little Piece of Heaven, Concert Sound Seeds, Goliath Grower, Richard T, Chrissy Wannabe, Mr. Soul, Food Spectrum, Gone God, Lori Hanson, Real, 2,000 Years of Tradition, Mr. T. Conley, Pip Janier, Golden Face, Show Me Sasquatch, Paul Google, Andrew, I'm Going Well, Canadian Resort, Fort Del Farrell, Carl Wright, Zephyr, Homo Farms, Tannery Farm, Seldom Seen, Oak Park Gardens, L9782, Skeleton Tags, Martial Artist 2012, Waker Fleet, Hefner, Danny McDizzle, Medically Fit, KGB, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers, Motherfucker Thomas, Rancho Costa Plenty, Lucky Balls, Andrew Champion, Bobby Lynn News, Trent Digger, Mr. Mag, Sonia Like Lonely, Bill, Ass Weed Peas, Tater Delicious, Minty Country Root, Huron Fire Dramax, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Teeny 101, Button Hazard, Mr. Club 14, Peter Speedy Man Farm 616, Fallon, North Bank, Struman Ruby, Timothy McTimmons, Neo, Justin Beans, Chronic 88, Fat Belly, Real, Jennifer Steele, Kim to 03, Turf Farmer, Jenna, Shannon, Steven, Charlie, Shannon, Carlitos, Latina, Skinner Country, Mr. Steve, Wolfstein, Firesaw, Wally Wookie, The Goddess Rose, Rasta Bob, White Feather Groves. Thank you again for that Tiger King, Brandon Shrooms, Tone Groves, Dan, K-Man Groves, PX Gunner 81, Smith Dukes, New Grove, Sean McCann, Jay Musk, Dank Agenda, Wawa Can Dog. Can't Wallawana Canna Grow. There we go. Fall Dog, Huron, Kansas Council. Melissa Parrish, Rock Fan, Justice Bank, 420 Bin, Fresh Herbs, Thriving. Oh, anyway, that's right. Fresh Grow, Thriving Herbs. I don't know how to pause that shit. Hi, boy, your mailman grows. We be growing Australian grows. Love for the plant, Argo American. Smart Poker, Unfrozen Caveman, Hawaii's Highest Surfcraft, Micro Goons, Chef Lowenfels, Mobius Groves, Date Brownies, Dan D, Elliot Artids, Mystic Flavor, The Fortune Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, Seattle Sea, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, Honest Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Ross, Matthew Gates, Steve Bags, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Bros, Blackamus, Coot, TJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, late 1978, Michigan Grows, Buzz, your boy Roy Boy, Delta 9, J McDaniels, Clackamus 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Stein for PFC Farms, Husky Gardens, damn commercials, Sun Grove 707, J.A. Grove, J420, Cascadian Grown, Four Plants A, Tito's McGee, almost missed you. Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunky Bones, House Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live has an invite currently. McGaster Tempe, Annie, and the Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles, 11, Bindu Bugs, Michael Rassa, Plenty, Richard Corbs, David, Fermenta, P4 P-Funk, Nika T, John Reese, What About Bob, Prince Patty, Daniel Bergman, Green Puffin Man, Pete Dungley, James Chung, Charge Groves, 818, John Wayne, Carolina Root, Sister Golden Hair, Deanna L. Bakerino, K&F Gardens, Blank 1030, Choose One, Only Feet, Farmer, James, Crypto Dope, Richard Lamb, HIP Grower, Matt Javine, Dan Marino, Maine, Crack Wonders, Sunrise Grows, Top Floor Genetics, Mole Fishing 420, K2 Cannabis, Jesse Fisher, My Dog Dahlia, Alex Hardy, and Hardy Gear, of course, one and the same. Betty Cropper, Daniel Grows Photos, Benton Grown Med, Sunrise Grows, of course, my girls, you know who they are. No Limit 916, Grumpy Toad, Alchemist, Candy Make, Soul Bone Addiction, Roz Joe, Alex D, Dirty Lord Catfish, High Power, Thunder Dan, Propagation Station, John McDaniels, Lisa Marie, Sarge Grows 818 again, Blaze Daily, Pride Harper, Perpetual Eagle Cloud Warrior, Sarah Smiles for you, Freak us out of the Date, Duchess, Kino, Kelly Maxwell, Captain 420, Franklin Sada, Gavin for the Fireman, Steve Fan, what about Bob Bill, Jester 420, Pop, Room, John Grogoski, Jen Doe, Dungeon Gangster, THC4, PTSD, T Barrington, Honcho Grown, Smart Cat, Valero Bankalero, yes, because Jen Doe, Missy Maney, D, Canifari, Fold, 20, AB Normal, Frank Guerrero, Bare Feet, J, Brentford, 74, CK, Brown Guy, 420, Pachyderm, Brendan Tree, Maine, EA, Green Sun, Grown, 207, Hydro, Daily, Hempwood, GG, Jamie Reen, Supreme Great, Stony Rockefeller, will see you tonight. Looking forward to seeing you again. Cannabis K-Man, Seems Raw, Dutch Fruit, Sin, Why Sustainable, Midnight Roots, Dead Cynic, Knuckles, Michael P, Polly B, Quick B, Dimble, Bud Kilowatts, Michael D, Popo, 89, Disbanded Brothers, Vasilia Man, Joseph, Grace Eggs, Medicine RX, Keeping Chief, Hydro Daily, Concerned American, Cannabis 411, Freedom of Speech, Dr. Joynsworth, These Trees, Ganja, Sudoku, 710 is Oil Upside Down, Jesse Stevenson, sorry about that, Jesse. Victoria, what about Bob? Sacred Garden, Scuffs Grove, Slick Rick 8, Dog Pound, Saving Seattle, Move Watts, Castaigne Yeti, Ed Brennan, MN Grown, Uncle Elmer, Off Good Church, Christopher 54, Last Predator, Matthew SoCal, Sue Man Beaters, Jinx Proof, Dink, or Dark Horse Genetics, sorry about that, Dark Horse. Sonar Dude, Joel from North Star, Joel and Jen from North Star, they should read. Caroline from Carolina, Mr. Cry, PTA, I know I just butchered that. B13 Lil, Beyond Perfection, XX Elite, GPXX Stone, Uncle Stoner, Crispy Treats Kitchen, Growers Paradise, LED Grown Gardens, Iceni Clan, Decoy Bacon, Mr. Cicato, Fresh Baked One, J. Allen, Big Bob, Rose, last but not least, Wheatus, 207. Thank you guys all for tuning in tonight for this offbeat wormhole. A little early on a Sunday. Join me tomorrow at 2 a.m. with the normal time of the wormhole. If you want to jump in, feel free to do so if you're a past guest. If not, just come hang out. You're always welcome and greatly appreciated. You guys know the deal. If this is the end of your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, please try to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that. Have a